statement represent the grief and the challenges of the youth in Ghana. As we are here, Lord God, we ask that you make this event very successful and that whatever we do here shall have a very great impact. We ask for the smooth organization of all the events coming in here and that whatever we discuss in here shall not be in vain. We pray and ask that everything goes on successfully, and as we leave here making meaningful impact, and we shall go back home safely. In Jesus Christ's name have I prayed with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you very much. So I think it's safe to call her prophetess Emmarin, right? Or evangelist. Which one do we give to her? Evangelist. Oh, please, let's show Osofo Mami Emmarin some love. Thank you so much. So now we can start the program properly. What exactly is the idea of the local conference on youth in climate change? Is it the mere rhetoric, the mere gathering, of propagating simply lip services without taking action? Well, I beg to differ. This one is different. And to help us appreciate, the reason for which we are even gathered here in the first place will be Ms. Maud Asare. Please, let's welcome Ms. Maud Asare to welcome us into the program.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, our distinguished guest, speaker, and most importantly, our vibrant youth. It is with a great pleasure that I welcome you all to the local conference of youth on climate change. This year, under the compiling theme, Beyond Breakdown, Youth Resilience in the Face of Climate Loss. We come together to comfort the urgent climate challenges of our time. Our gathering here today is a testament to our power, passion of the youth. As future leaders, innovators, and game changers, you demonstrate the resilience and creativity needed to tackle the climate crisis head-on. Through our discussion today and our collaboration, we aim to make actionable solutions, foster collaborative empowerment, and inspire lasting change. Thank you all for your commitment and energy. Let us seize the opportunity to drive meaningful progress and demonstrate strength of our resolve. Welcome again. Thank you. And let's make a change together.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maud Asare. Please, we can do it better for Ms. Maud Asare. We can do it better for them. Yes, the time to make a change is now and here. Please, one more time for Ms. Maud Asare. Well, I see in our midst very distinguished personalities, but His Excellency Tom Norin, the ambassador, Danish ambassador to Ghana. Please, a round of applause. Yes, for him. In the course of the program, we will be introducing more of our special dignitaries who have honored our invitation to be part of today's program. But now we go into an opening statement, and that will be said by Ms. Eugenia Yaira. Ms. Eugenia Yaira, please, if you are here, kindly take the floor for us. Ms. Eugenia Yaira. Ms. Eugenia, if you are here, kindly take the floor for us. Okay, so in Ms. Eugenia Yaira's absence, I think there was a very important part of the program that I had wanted us to do, but maybe we'll do that in the course of the program, or we'll quickly do that to buy time. I learned about the scope of climate and climate action right from basic school. It's advanced when I was climbing higher in my academic pursuit. There are several definitions to climate and climate action, but one thing runs through the various definitions, and that has to do with the planet, the environment. I see a few students here. I'll be bringing the microphone to you. Tell me, while we wait for Ms. Eugenia to give us the opening prayer, the opening statement. I'm coming to you, the student. Tell me what you know about climate. Okay. So you tell me your name, your school, and your understanding on the scope of climate and climate action. Anyone to volunteer for a handsome reward in heaven? Oh, the students, please do your school proud. I see the lady in green, you are all smiles. Please, can you pass the microphone?
Good morning. Please, I'm Ceci, student of AIS, VR International School, and I'm a climate ambassador for Go Green GH in ANEC Foundation. Climate change is basically the change in the atmospheric temperature, the weather patterns of the earth as time goes on for a long period of time. And it is affecting the world in various ways that we all have witnessed. The temperature rising, the rainfalls cannot be predicted, and other consequences that are from our activities, such as burning fossil fuels, littering, cutting down of trees. And I hope today, as we all are here, we can find ways together to combat climate change. Thank you.
I need a male, please. UN SDG 5, gender what? Equality. Yes. Please, I need a male. A male. Please, we are just sharing our opinions, so no answer is wrong.
Okay, my name is Michael. I'm a student of Preset Pesetis. Climate change is the changing weather condition for a very long time or period.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for them for the attempt in the first place. Those of you who are shying away from the microphone, please, I'll come to you. I'll be back. Understand Eugenia is in, so please, a round of applause for Ms. Eugenia to give us the opening statement.
Thank you, Fauzu. His Excellency Tom Norin, distinguished guests, members of the Diplomatic Corporation, esteemed speakers, climate change advocates, and fellow climate change champions. It's incredibly an honor to welcome you all to the 4th Local Conference of Youth on Climate Change, ELCOI Ghana 2024. I am a representative of the host organization, which is UNIA, United Youth Initiative for Africa. Today we stand united under the powerful theme, Beyond Breakdown, Youth Resilience in the Face of Climate Loss. This theme resonates deeply with our shared mission to rise above the climate crisis we face and drive lasting change with bold ideas and unwavering resilience. As young people, we are not just the leaders of tomorrow, we are the catalyst of today. This platform is for us to learn, collaborate, and amplify our voices in the global climate action movement with remarkable speakers like Ambassador Tom Norin and all of you gathered here. I have no doubt we will leave inspired, and ready to create impact. Thank you for being here, and let's make this day a day of action, learning, and hope for a sustainable future. Welcome to Elkoi Ghana 2024. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Eugenia. Thank you so much. Please, one more time for Miss Eugenia. Well, clearly, they said if you want to, go faster, you go alone. But if you want to go further, you go together. So now we cannot also downplay the role of some partners who have made today's occasion a reality, and one of which is our partners from the National Youth, the British High Commission. We have the National Youth Authority, we have the British High Commission, the UNDP Ghana. So now we call on Mr. Archibald Donko, Director of Programs and Operations at NYA, that's the National Youth Authority. Mr. Donko, if you are here, kindly let's have your solidarity message, please. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Donko.
All right. Thank you very much, MC. I don't usually like doing this, but this morning I'll do it because I just came in and I'm yet to know the dignitaries here. So please allow me to stand on the existing protocols. Thank you very much. Good morning. So I'm doing this on behalf of my boss, the Deputy CEO of National Youth Authority in charge of programs and operations, who would have loved to be here this morning, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. His attendance has been made unfeasible because of another equally important event somewhere. We are gathered here today to deliberate on one of the critical issues that impact on the survival of human life, that is climate change. This phenomenon, we are aware, has existed over the years, culminating in the churning out of some interventions. Nonetheless, a lot more robust campaign should be pursued to address climate change challenge. It is scientifically proven that human activity is a key driving force behind this phenomenon. The situation undoubtedly calls for a more strategic, multidisciplinary approach. The National Youth Authority, taking cognizance of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 13, as cutting across all the other goals, is enthused about the involvement of the youth in this campaign. The demographic features of our youth place them in a strategic position in fighting climate change. We believe this conference will provide the opportunity for broader stakeholder consultations and cross-fertilization of ideas. We hope the favorable outcomes of this conference will spur our youth on as torchbearers in the campaign against climate change. You can surely count on the immense support of the National Youth Authority. We wish you well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Archibald Donko from the National Youth Authority. So, on messages from our partners, we call on Director of Programs and Operations. No, I beg your pardon. The United Nations Development Program Ghana, that's Mr. Richard Sandall. Mr. Richard Sandall, if you are here. Okay. And then do we have a representative from IOM Ghana? Yes. Please, a round of applause. Please, let's have your message, please. So he's the Development Director to Ghana. Yes, please, a round of applause. And yes, our Ombao. Please, louder.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Shall we put our hands together for the MC? I think you are doing a good job so far. And a round of applause for yourselves too for coming. Thank you. I'm presenting this speech on behalf of the Chief of Mission for IOM, Madame Fatou Diallo Ndayi, who, for other reasons equally important, has to be in Benin this morning. She sends her regards, and I read this speech on her behalf. His Excellency, the Danish Ambassador to Ghana, representatives from government, climate advocates, climate champion, good morning. On behalf of IOM, it's a pleasure to join you today at the Ghana Local Conference of Youth on Climate Change National Dialogue 2024 to discuss a topic of profound importance and urgency. Beyond the breakdown, youth resilience in the face of climate loss. As we confront the escalating impact of climate change, it becomes increasingly evident that the future of our planet hinges on the actions, innovations, and fortitude of today's youth. From unprecedented flooding to rising sea levels and severe droughts, the signs of climate loss are visible and alarming. And I think the MC did mention some in his opening remarks, particularly in the case of Ghana. For many young people, these are not abstract problems, but pressing issues that affect their daily lives and their future prospects. Yet, amidst this daunting landscape or challenge, a remarkable phenomenon is emerging, which is the resilience of the youth. Youth resilience is not merely a passive endurance of climate challenges. It is an active, dynamic response that encompasses adaptability, creativity, and unyielding hope. Young people today are growing in a world where environmental degradation is a constant reminder. Yet, they are responding with vigor and determination that is both inspiring and transformative. Yet, despite these remarkable strides being made, the path ahead is fraught with challenges. Climate change is a multifaceted problem that requires systematic changes and long-term commitment. It is imperative that we, as we gather today in this room, as a society, support and amplify the efforts of young people. This means investing in youth-led initiatives, ensuring their voices are heard in decision-making processes, and providing the necessary resources and opportunities for their growth and impact. IOM has adopted a holistic approach and is happy to join the youth in this effort in addressing issues related to human mobility and climate change. And I'm happy this is a key item on the agenda today. Ensuring integrated responses while proposing innovative and sustainable solutions to be included in policies and programs. Our efforts are in line with the implementation of the Paris Agreement, the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, GCM, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. IOM has taken some steps in this direction, where we currently have a program with the Accra Metropolitan Assembly to help them to conduct a diagnosis on the interlinkages between human mobility and climate change. And we hope that the reports from that study, when readily available, can be shared to improve the discussion. Moreover, in view of COP29, IOM calls on UN FCCC parties to bring together public actors and private partners, academia, civil society, women, youth indigenous groups, migrants, diaspora, and displaced persons and affected communities as part of the decision-making process related to climate change and human mobility. For this reason, I'm here on behalf of the Chief of Mission to support ELCOI Ghana 2024, which aims at mobilizing youth climate groups and stakeholders to collaboratively formulate Ghana's National Youth Climate Statement, which will be integrated into the Global Youth Statement submitted to COP29 presidency in Baku, Azerbaijan, ensuring meaningful youth engagement in decisions that shape collective future. IOM is proud to be associated with today's event, and as we move forward, let us recognize and celebrate the remarkable contribution of young people and commit to supporting their efforts in addressing climate crisis. By doing so, we honor their resilience and ensure that we are paving the way for sustainable and equitable future for all. On this note, I want to say thank you, and this is the speech read on behalf of the Chief of Mission for IOM. Thank you very much, and have a good program.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause. You can do it better. Right. Now we have a word from the UNDP, represented by Dr. Abdulrazak Said. Dr. Abdulrazak Said, kindly do us the honors, please.
Hello? Better. Thank you. A very good morning to all of us gathered here. I'll again also ride on existing protocols, so all protocols observed. It's my singular pleasure and honor to join you today at the Local Conference of Youth 2024. This conference, as it has in previous years, continues to offer a significant platform to project the voices, perspectives, and solutions of concerned youth to advance on the critical agenda of building resilience in the face of climate uncertainties. Let me start by acknowledging the United Youth Initiative for Africa for your tireless efforts in organizing this notable event. Your dedication to bringing together policymakers, youth activists, and youth-led organizations is commendable. Young people around the world are experiencing the devastating impacts of climate change. Yet amidst these hardships, the youth continue to demonstrate remarkable resilience and determination. The theme for this year's conference, Beyond Breakdown, Youth Resilience in the Face of Climate Loss, aptly captures the spirit of young people who refuse to be deterred by the challenges of climate variability and change. Through innovation and youth-driven green solutions, the youth are propelling climate action. UNDP continues to support the youth to increase their resilience to climate change. Through our global initiative program, Youth for Climate, UNDP provides financial, technical, and capacity development in the implementation of youth-led and youth-inclusive solutions to both environmental and climate challenges. In Ghana, UNDP, in collaboration with the African Women and Children's Conference, supports youth climate activists across Africa to network, engage in South-South exchanges, and to showcase their innovative solutions in several spaces, including at Conference of Parties, as was first organized last year at COP28 in Dubai. Across UNDP programming, the youth remain central as actors. We recognize the youth as a constituency that can be impacted by and can impact the delivery of sustainable interventions. UNDP Ghana has a youth sounding board that we aim to strengthen and galvanize in support of our work, with the primary view of building youth resilience. We stand in solidarity with you and commend your courage and resilience in the face of adversity. UNDP Ghana is dedicated to supporting your efforts as youth to create a more sustainable and equitable future. Together, we can intensify, accelerate, and scale up efforts to overcome the challenges posed by climate change and build a resilient future for generations to come. UNDP Ghana is confident that today's event, which will culminate in the drafting of a national youth climate statement, will reflect the collective will and determination of Ghana's youth to address the climate crisis. We are proud to support this year's conference, and we wish you a successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are exceedingly grateful for UNDP's role in the fight against climate injustice, particularly. All right. Next, we'll have a word from the UNICEF rep, Fiacra Maxey. Please, a round of applause.
It's a long way up here, so I hope I didn't bore you with my long walk. But one of the good things about coming at this point is that you can stand on the existing protocols, and I will also say all protocols observed. But ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to be here, actually, and UNICEF extends its warmest congratulations to the Youth Climate Council and all the young climate advocates for their continuous and unwavering commitment and their ongoing contributions to climate action in Ghana. The local conference of youth has become a beacon of hope, uniting passionate young leaders who are working tirelessly to increase our collective resilience in the face of the climate crisis. Global warming has intensified our exposure to natural hazards, particularly floods across Ghana, leading to significant loss and damage. Each year, flooding results in an estimated $100 million US dollars in GDP loss, and this impacts the national economy. And as climate models predict rising temperatures and increased precipitation, this economic strain is expected to escalate, further challenging the country's development and resilience and putting children's futures at risk. In 2023, severe flooding forced over 100 schools in 7 districts to close, disrupting the education of nearly 35,000 children. Many school buildings were repurposed as emergency shelters, depriving students of safe learning environments for extended periods. These disruptions not only halted academic progress, but also eroded the stability and safety, structure, and routines essential for children to thrive. This is one example of what may lay ahead. Today, under the theme Beyond Breakdown, Youth Resilience in the Face of Climate Loss, we have now the opportunity to review the situation at this pivotal time. The climate crisis is no longer a distant threat, but is the reality affecting us all. And now is the time when youth resiliency comes forward. Across the world, young people are demonstrating extraordinary strength and creativity in the face of climate loss and adversity. Their innovative solutions and relentless determination to drive meaningful change inspires us all, and UNICEF recognizes the immense potential of youth. This belief fuels our support for youth-led climate action initiatives on the ground, including here in Ghana. Today, the YCC serves as an independent umbrella mechanism for a significant network of over 200 youth climate groups and 2,800 activists, and it's successfully drawing on their collective insights and participation in climate-related decision-making processes in Ghana and beyond. The LCOI has been pivotal in these efforts, amplifying the diverse young voices behind climate action in Ghana and articulating your urgent concerns and priorities. As a result, since 2021, Ghanaian youth have positioned consistently to influence global climate discussions at the Conference of Parties. Over 60 youth climate negotiators have been able to develop their capacity in climate advocacy, with even 6 participating as delegates at high-level COP sessions. UNICEF proudly supports this advocacy training program, enabling these voices to shape global climate action. We have also seen excellent grassroots projects take shape at ground level, driven by YCC members, with seed funding from UNICEF and others. Through the impactful advocacy efforts of the YCC in 2022, we also secured the government's commitment to the Declaration on Children, Youth, and Climate Action, making Ghana the 33rd country to sign on. And yet there's still more to be done urgently. This includes standing against degradation and pollution of Ghana's water bodies, which are critical to the well-being and livelihoods of communities, as well as sustaining balance in the ecosystem and supporting the survival of diverse flora and fauna. Environmental degradation takes away from future generations, not just the present ones. Today's theme invites us then to reflect on the resilience demonstrated by young people who, despite all setbacks, continue to lead with courage and innovation on these challenges and in the fight for a sustainable future for all. They're both our greatest asset and our greatest hope. To truly harness their resilience, however, we must urgently expand their support and investment in youth climate advocacy initiatives. As Ghana continues the first cycle of, as Ghana concludes the first cycle of implementing its nationally determined contributions, we believe there is an opportunity now to redouble efforts to engage the dynamism of the YCC and its members and extended networks for a more inclusive second cycle. We encourage everyone, national authorities, civil society, the private sector, and the development partners to recognize and strengthen the efforts of Ghana's young climate leaders to build on their momentum, their resilience and innovation, to give us the best chance of addressing the reality of global heating and its impact on all of our lives and on future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxey. Please a round of applause one more time for him. We'll now hear from Dr. Tretan Igley from the British High Commission. Please a round of applause.
Thank you, MC. All protocol observed. So I'm here on behalf of my boss who couldn't make it today. So I'm here for the UK government. It's great to see so many of you here. I mean, the recent dry spell in the north has once again shown that Ghana is on the front line of climate change. We don't, as an international community, yet know all the answers to how the world will slow and adapt to climate change. But we know we're faced with an intergenerational problem, which some of you will spend your whole lives working on. The UK is supportive of bringing in youth voices. At COP26 in Glasgow, we had the largest youth delegation at any previous COP. It's our hope that this event and events like this are a catalyst for the change that we need in the world, and we're proud to be supportive of this conference. I'll stop there because there's a lot on the programme for you to get on with, but thank you very much for coming, and I hope you have a productive programme. Thank you.
Please one more time for Dr. Igley from the British High Commission. Okay, so right now we go to our an address by our guest speaker, and this is one man I have personally been following for quite some time now, and one of the reasons which I seem to have been fixated on his activities as a diplomat is his passion towards addressing issues of climate, how much of a resources he's ensuring that the Danish government invest in Ghana's fight against climate injustice and taking pragmatic climate actions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's with great privilege and honor to introduce to you and welcome on the podium to speak to us as our guest speaker, the Danish ambassador to Ghana, His Excellency Ambassador Tom Norin. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you very much, and definitely thank you for the kind words. I'm always happy when there's more than one person following me, and that other person is somebody more other than my wife. First of all, of course, a big thank you to the organizers for inviting me, and I think more importantly, for taking this great initiative for the fourth year in a row. It is indeed a great honor for me to be here today to talk about a topic that is, yes, it's important for me. Many years ago, back in 2009, I was the ambassador in Greece at the time, and I had to speak a lot about the COPs because Denmark was hosting the COP that year, COP 15. So I did a lot of speeches in Greece talking about the state of affairs of the climate on this planet. And I made a statement that my two daughters, at that time teenagers, hated that I made because they thought it was embarrassing, but I made it nevertheless, and now I'll make it again. You know, telling people that if they continue on the road that we're on, when it comes to ruining our planet, then maybe young people should consider not having sex anymore, because there's no reason why bringing young people, babies, into this world if there is no future. It was a tough statement. I think it was the sex part my daughters didn't want me to say. So I apologize also here for doing it. But I think it is, to a certain extent, it is how I feel still today. We're in a terrible place. We are facing a huge threat due to climate change. What it does to all of us, it's already been alluded to by some of the other speakers. And what it does, not least to countries, vulnerable countries like Ghana. This is not abstract. This is very concrete. It hits many of us right in the face. The drought, the current droughts in the north of Ghana was just mentioned. Last year it was floodings on the Volta. Of course, we also have to talk about what can be done and what should be done. And once again, the world leaders will gather at a COP meeting, this time COP29, in November in Baku, Azerbaijan. They'll meet to take stock of the situation. That's what they always do. And they will see how much more bleak the outlook is since the last COP. And the scary fact is, when you listen to scientists around the world, is that it's only getting from bad to worse. Then the world leaders will assess what steps have been taken since the last COP. And as often is the case, what steps have not been taken. And they will, of course, try to look ahead at what can be done to move forward. But as we know from past experience, this is an extremely difficult task. What these, our political leaders from around the world, can tell us, and not least agree upon, is extremely important. And it's difficult because we still, and despite clear evidence of the threats we are facing, far from agree globally. But that's what the world leaders do. It's also very important that we, the ordinary people, voice our concerns and put forward our ideas. And when I say ordinary people, I definitely, and not least, mean young people. Climate change is one of, if not the biggest challenge we face today. And it is you, the youth, who will be the most affected and have to live with the long-term consequences, as I alluded to before. And also you, the youth, who must carry the torch forward. Your commitment and actions today will shape the world we live in tomorrow. Young people must take responsibility for their own future, with a particular focus on the green transition. Green transition is no longer an option. It's an absolute necessity. And it's not only a right for young people to act and voice their concerns. I believe it's a responsibility, it's an obligation. I'm proud to come from a country and represent a country, Denmark, that has taken leadership when it comes to green transition. From pioneering wind energy back in the 1970s, and I should say, when we did that, it was actually not because we were really big geniuses looking ahead. We simply had in this world, and I don't think many of you in this room are old enough to look back to that, but maybe you read about it. We had a huge oil crisis, a global oil crisis. So suddenly, for very, very practical reasons, we needed to act. I don't think we were thinking about the climate at the time, to be quite frank. But we did act, and we have continued to act since then, to a point where we are now setting ambitious goals to become 100% independent of fossil fuels by 2050. Our efforts have already borne fruit. We've reduced CO2 emissions, and we've created thousands of green jobs. And I would like here to say that there's still people, I don't think there are many climate deniers around anymore. I think that's a notion that's almost gone away. But there's still a lot of people on this planet, many countries who are stating that, yes, we would like to do something about the climate. But, you know, if we start looking at less and less use of oil and so on, it will have costs for our economy, for our industry. And we need to build our economy, our industry, and our societies, our countries. Let me just say, and that's what I said about building or creating thousands of green jobs. We actually, in the face of reducing the use of fossil fuels, gone through energy efficiency programs for years. And while we were doing that, our economy actually was going that way. So it is possible to find a magic way, and it's not so magic, whereby you do the right thing for the planet and you still move your country and your economy to a better place. But clearly, in Denmark and so many other places, we all have to do more. And that requires you, as the next generation, to take an active part in this fight. Another area where Denmark is a leader is within public digitalization. In Denmark, this has revolutionized how we interact with the public sector and has made processes more efficient and accessible. But digitalization is not just about technology. It's about creating a more inclusive and fair society. You, the youth, have grown up in a digital world and possess the skills and creativity needed to drive this evolution forward. Your innovative thinking and ability to adapt to new technology is essential to ensure that digitization continues to improve our society. So you could say, why do I bring this digitization into this discussion here? Well, actually, green transition and public digitization are closely linked. Digital technology can help us optimize energy consumption, reduce waste, integrate renewable energy sources more effectively. Data and digital innovation give us the opportunity to make informed decisions and develop smarter solutions. For example, when it comes to climate, environmental problems. If we don't have the data, we're not going to make the right decisions. This very much goes for Ghana as well. At my embassy, the younger colleagues, one of them is with me here today, they see me as an analog dinosaur. I'm not the one who will come up with new smart digital solutions. I acknowledge that. But this is exactly where young people come into the picture. By combining your digital skills with a passion for sustainability, you can help shape the future where technology and, for example, the environment go hand in hand. You can develop new solutions that both promote digital innovation and reduce our environmental footprint. I think I need to talk a little more about responsibility and commitment, because it's important. Responsibility for one's own future means being proactive and committed to the challenges we face. This means taking part in the debate, educating yourselves, but also others, and taking the initiative to create change. It is necessary to be aware of the consequences of your actions and to choose sustainable solutions in your daily life. You have the power to influence politicians and decision makers by voicing your concerns publicly through debates. We're getting closer to elections in this country, through your votes, and through your daily actions. By getting involved in organizations that work for example, environmental protection, or by participating in projects that promote green technology and digital innovation, you can make a real difference. The future lies in your hands. You're the ones that have to live with the consequences of the decisions that we make today. It is therefore crucial that you take responsibility and actively engage in the climate and green transition debate. Youth often bring fresh perspectives, creativity, and innovative ideas that can lead to new solutions. Your voices can drive change in ways that older generations may not even consider. Dear friends, that was a lot of words. Basically, I could have done it very briefly, because the core message is you, your youth, must not sit idle. You must join the debate, voice your concerns, plus contribute with your creative and innovative ideas to shape a better world for everyone. Thank you so much for your attention, and have a great conference.
Please, one more time for our keynote speaker, the Danish ambassador to Ghana, His Excellency Tom Noren. We appreciate you. Now, I always say that I'm very sure we are all aware of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, aren't we? The students especially, we are all aware, aren't we? And I always argue that climate action, which happens to be the 13th goal, is like a fountain from which the other goals flow. So, for the sake of the doubting Thomases, let's conduct this quick exercise. The Ministry of Food and Agriculture quite recently announced the ban on the export of grain, and that is because of the dry spell which is affecting the northern part of the country. Now, these affected countries contribute to approximately 62% of Ghana's grain supply. What does this mean? This means that, for instance, if you take the first goal, which has to do with no poverty, it means that this dry spell is going to affect the livelihood of farmers who depend on, their farming activities, to provide a daily bread for their homes, and eventually declining Ghana's agriculture GDP. That means that we have lost the fight against goal 1, which has to do with no poverty. Let's take goal 2, which is zero hunger. Dry spell in the northern part of the country, a devastating impact on the production of rice. I mean, everyone eats rice here, don't we? It's a staple, essentially. So if, due to, devastating or adverse weather conditions, farmers are going to reduce or the production of rice is going to be impacted, it means that we are in trouble with goal 2, which has to do with no poverty. Let's take the issue of galamsey, which we highlighted earlier. Babies are being born with deformity because of the toxic chemicals these galamseyers or illegal miners use in their activities. This means that we are losing, the fight on goal 3, which has to do with what? Good health. The Ghana Water Limited has also announced, the shortage in water supply, and this has to do, the impact of Galamsey activities on the turbidity levels of our water. And that is also going a long way to impact the achievements of Goal 6, which has to do with clean water and sanitation. As a matter of fact, even the meals we are consuming have become questionable, because in a media reportage that was quite, conducted by a lot of the media houses in the country, farmers attested to the fact that, particularly those who are living in these Galamsey affected areas, they have attested to the fact that they do not have any other option than to use these affected waters to, harvest or water their crops. What does this mean? It means that the meals we are even consuming are not healthy in the first place. Do you get it? So the time for action, like all our speakers have said, is now. And I'm exceedingly happy and glad that for young people as ourselves, we are seeing the need to amplify our voices in the fight against climate injustice and climate action. And ladies and gentlemen, I want us to give ourselves a big round of applause for one more time. Again, this is the local youth conference on youth on climate change in Ghana. And this is a precursor event for the mother event, which is held by the United Nations across the globe. That's COP, which is scheduled to be hosted somewhere in November. I want us to, we all have smartphones, don't we? We all do. Even if you have a yam, some yams do take pictures. Please bring out your phones. Let's take a picture right now for social media. Please, let's take out our phones. Let's take a selfie and post with the hashtag ELCOI. Please, if we don't take, why are you shy to take out your phone? I'm starting. Are we ready? Please, let's take out our phones for a selfie, please. Everybody. Great. Thank you very much. And post on all your socials with the hashtag ELCOI Ghana 2024 and tag all the, you see now, I'm done, but Asomudemo. Please, let a round of applause for ourselves one more time. We will be going to the second session of today's program, but that will be after the coffee break. But we will have a photo session with our dignitaries and some of our special guests. Please, those on the front row, kindly come upstage for the photo session. Ambassador, Your Excellency, kindly come upstage. Yes. Oh, Mr. Fiacra, please, all of you. Yes.
Behind the SDG.
Organizers, ELCOI Ghana, please, the organizers and our partners, please join the photo session, and our partners, kindly join us. Prof. Brown, kindly, please join the photo session for us. Okay, so please a quick one. While we wait for the setup for the coffee break, we will quickly go into our first plenary. That will be very brief, and that will be moderated by Mr. Noah Bugre on the topic, the role of the youth in advancing climate action and governance across key sectors, then that's cities, energy, wash, food, and forest. Please a round of applause for Mr. Noah Bugre, our moderator.
Thank you very much. So I'm really excited for today's discussion. I believe that we've started on a great path, and I know that the rest of the discussions for today is going to be really insightful. So for today, the first plenary session, we are looking to explore the critical role of youth in driving climate action and governance across key sectors, as the MC rightly said. And we are privileged to have well-enabled and equipped panelists who are of high level. They have really done a lot of work across these areas, and they currently have a lot of knowledge, a lot to share with us, and a lot we can learn. Also, to help us in terms of, as youth, influence policies, lead innovations, and also overcome challenges across these sectors that we are looking at. And so to help me do this discussion and contribute to climate change impact across, today we have none other than Prof. Brown Kluche. She is the Vice Chair for IPCC, the Working Group 1, and she has done immense work across climate change. Please put your hands together as she joins us. We also have Mr. Eko Kofi. He is a senior manager at Deloitte, Ghana. Please put your hands together. Yes, we also have Mr. Ninoy Omabo. He is also a climate youth activist. Please put your hands together as he joins us for the discussion today. So today we have 3 panelists, and it's going to be very interactive. We wish that you would also have your questions down. You note your questions, and then after the discussions you can throw out your questions, and we are well equipped enough to give you all the necessary answers that you require. Thank you very much. So maybe just a brief introduction, personal introduction of what you do, who you are, and how you have really been in the space of climate change over the past few years. I think there is a microphone there. Yes, please. So maybe we could start with Prof.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Professor Nana Ama Brown Kluche. I am a physicist, climatologist, climate scientist, whichever category you put me in. So I'm the head of physics department here at the University of Ghana. And I'm also serving on the IPCC as the vice chair of the Working Group 1. So the Working Group 1 focuses on the physical basis of the climate system. So we're looking at the processes that's causing climate changes and projecting into the future. Then the IPCC, still on the IPCC, we have Working Group 2 and Working Group 3. And Working Group 2 looks at the impact of the climate change on everything, on people, on gender, on energy, on our society. Then we have the Working Group 3 that looks at the mitigation part. What can we do to slow down the warming, or to cut down the warming, or to reduce the impact of climate change on us? Basically, my research is focused on climate change, understanding why the climate is changing, how the climate is changing, and what it will happen to us now and in future. And I served on many boards. I don't think I have to read my CV here. So I'll leave it here, and then in the course of time, I'll chip in what is necessary.
Thank you very much, Professor Brown Kluche. Okay, so we'll hear from Mr. Eko Kofi.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Eko Kofi, an electrical engineer, master's in renewable energy. I started my career basically doing designing and installing solar PV systems. So that is the part where I come in, looking at alternative or low carbon technologies, and that's what I've done since. Currently at Deloitte, I basically do consulting across energy, climate change, grid, solar PV, and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Please, let's hear also from Niu.
All right, so my name is Nino Omabo. I've spent the last 8 years working in non-profit, but in the last 5 years, been working in climate across the youth space. I currently work with young people in Yongo, which is the youth constituency of the NFCCC, served in the global coordination team. I currently also lead a project called Transform Transport Accra, which is focused on the transition towards non-motorized transport in Accra. So yeah, that's a bit of what I'm doing, and happy to share more. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I believe then, knowing all this, we know that we are in safe hands. So just to start off, I think that about a few years ago, I did a short research on climate change impact on WASH, and had to do a decadal analysis just to try and understand if truly there was climate change in the area, and then also to see how it was impacting WASH. But in the process of the research, I discovered that it was not just about how it was impacting the sector, but then also the young people. And it was in the northern region. So young girls would have to travel further than they used to try to even get water. Some of them don't have access to education because of that. And so I realized that climate change really has severe impacts than rain and just temperature increasing and rising. So I think that for today's discussion, we really want to see how it's impacting the youth and what the youth can do. So maybe I'll start with Prof. Brown. So please, my first question today is just from your perspective, how you think that climate change is affecting the lives of young people in Ghana, I mean, particularly in terms of education and health in those areas, and even in terms of job opportunities when it comes to climate change.
Okay, thank you. Let me start with the good news on the job opportunities. So, in as much as it is a challenge for all of us, and especially for the young people, it's also an opportunity for young people to create jobs out of it. And I have been engaging the young people a lot of time. I've just left the youth bracket and in the young adult age, as you can see. So I still engage a lot, and I identify easily with the young people, with the youth. We're running currently a project with the youth, about 200 students, undergraduate students on a campus, to bring out the innovations in them. So put them into critical thinking. And the training is ongoing. It's called YClip. It's ongoing. We know that the solutions lies within the youth, or among the youth. We heard from the keynote speaker. He mentioned a lot of these in his speech. At the Department of Physics, we have set up a Climtrepreneur Innovation Hub. We're reading physics, we're teaching physics, and there are a lot of solutions we can also draw from physics. It's not just the technical part where my colleague is into, but also the social part where Ni is also into. It's more than the solution, like the technical aspect of the solution. There's the human aspect and the social aspect, which you also mentioned, that you get young people or young girls who have to walk so many miles to look for water, and eventually some will not go to school because of that. So the solution lies among the youth. We believe in the youth power. We believe in the innovation minds of the youth. It's not among the adulthood, it's among the youth. The adult can only guide, give the guideline, give the background to some of these challenges, but of course the solution lies with you. Now, that's the opportunities. Looking at the challenges, the whole issue or the story of climate change has a big anxiety on the youth. You see that when you speak to a lot of the youth, unless they don't understand what is going on, once they understand the impact and how the future is bleak, they become very anxious, like, how is our future going to be? And it puts all of us in a state or a situation where we need to attend to the issues of climate change urgently as we did for COVID-19. I know we don't pay so much attention to the solutions. I mean, we are trying, but we are not doing it with the urgency that we did with COVID-19. Because the globe is warming, but it's warming slowly. So I always use the issue of the boiling frog fable to compare how we are managing the climate change situation and how we manage the COVID-19 situation. It is real. It's happening. The temperature increases alone, it's a testimony to the climate change issue. Bringing water into perspective. Even this morning, I heard in Joy News a small young girl talking about mining or illegal mining and the impact it's having on our water. And he made a quotation that she read when she was in class 5, that water is going to be, if there will be a third world war, it's going to be on water or to be based on water. Sincerely, it is true. If you look at the trends on water, whether it's caused by climate or it's caused by environmental or it's caused by any anthropogenic action, we are losing our water bodies, both the quality and the quantity. We're losing all of that. There are some aspects that is associated with climate change, but there are also some more that is associated with our actions. And we have to pay attention to how do we solve this critical problem. Our human aspect is about behavior, and so we can work on our attitude. It's not even easy in that aspect. On the issue of climate change, we have to go along the mitigation actions that we need to, bring on board to reduce the warming as much as possible. Also with that, our efforts are not, appreciable. We have to do a lot more. We have to be more ambitious in all of the actions we need to take towards fighting the climate change issue, especially the global warming trend that is happening. In my village, there used to be a water body which we used to celebrate the festival of the town every year. When I was young, we were celebrating the festival. As I grew up, we are not celebrating the festival again because the water is no more. It's completely dried up. It's completely off. It's bare land now. And I know there are some villages or towns or cities that have had similar experiences. If I use Lake Chad, it's far away, but we are clearly monitoring with satellite to see the quantity of Lake Chad, and it's scary. The rate at which the volume of Lake Chad is reducing, and Lake Chad serves a lot of countries apart from the Chad itself. Its tribute runs through so many countries. Our own lake, the Volta River Basin, the Volta Lake, it's also reducing in size and, of course, in quality. We know people farm along the river, people build. There are a lot of activities that people do. Quite apart from that, because of warming, we get a lot of evaporation. And we cannot correlate the rate of evaporation to the rate of rain and where it rains. It's a very difficult exercise to do, and we don't get the correlation. I mean, you can try to get some signal, but it's not like, it doesn't correlate one to one, that as we get evaporation, we get rain, and not in the same quantity or in the same frequency. So because the globe is warming and having higher temperatures, especially in our region, in our tropical areas around the globe, we get a lot of warming or higher temperatures, and our water bodies are drying up very quickly than other regions of the globe. So the climate situation, together with our attitude and our actions, are causing us more harm than we expect, and at an unprecedented rate. The earth is natural, so water body is supposed to go down in size and come again in volume as it rains and evaporation and all of that. But if one side of the process is faster than the other side or slower than the other side, then the natural process doesn't run well again. So we need to really take actions. And as I said earlier on, you can take advantage of these challenges and create opportunities out of it, create a solution, create jobs out of it as youth. We are available to provide the guidance. We are available to provide the supporting system, the connections that you need as youth to forge ahead with the needed solutions in this space. Should I continue?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, please. So, I mean, one thing that has really, to know that climate change has an impact on even culture. You know, that the festival you used to celebrate is no longer there because the water has dried
And
up.
vice versa. Culture also has impact on climate change.
Amazing.
I can dive into
please.
it
Yes,
if you
please.
want. Okay, thank you. So, growing up, we used to have some taboos, which doesn't work any longer. Like, even if you bring them up, the young people don't believe. You can get a 5-year-old daughter or son to tell you, are you sure about that? So we used to have places that were sacred. You don't have to go there. You don't have to cut trees there. You don't have to fetch water there. You don't have to even walk there. But all those areas, it's more of religious issues. It's like you can't be afraid of anything because you have a God, you have an Allah, and all of those things. So our culture and our religion has also shaped or changed the way we used to preserve our environment. And it's like we are no longer preserving our environment because of some of these perceptions that we have, and no longer afraid of certain taboos, if I may put it raw like that, certain taboos. So for me, it's hurting our environment. It's hurting especially our water bodies and the way we go about our daily lives.
Thank you very much. I mean, to know that we have it in this way, I think it's something new that we are also getting acclimatized to. So thank you very much. I would go to Ninoy. I wanted to find out, as you mentioned early on, you've been in the space for about 8 years. Maybe you have also seen, when it comes to the youth, what would you say are the key pressing challenges when it comes to the young people you have also dealt with when it comes to climate change?
Yeah, thank you so much, Noah. I think that for me, one of the issues is definitely finance. And usually it's as if young people are always talking about finance. But I think that we need to really look at, young people who are leading innovation projects and how to scale it beyond just innovation programs. I always say that if we look at how much money we give to government, and we are able to give that same kind of trust-based finance, large finance, $1 million, $500,000 to young people to scale their projects, it will really transform the discussion around climate change, especially on the mitigation side. I know a friend, a bapreneur, Deladem, who is leading, the revolution with his innovation program on clean cooking. So instead of using gas and fossil fuel, he's designed an innovation where you use cassava, post-harvest losses, to cook. So instead of using charcoal and, like I said, fossil fuel, you can use that. And he struggled to find the right finance to scale up his project. So what I say when I get opportunity to sit on panels like this is we need to really reflect and see and identify some of the youth innovations that are truly scalable and see how we can truly finance, give large funding to young people, that same kind of trust-based finance that we give to government to be able to lead, innovation and climate. So that's what I'll touch on mainly.
Thank you very much, Nee. I think what you're saying is right on point. UNIA has a project called Waste Gobbler, and then it deals with collecting waste on water body. And I think that it has three main components. It's actually circular economy, ocean cleanup, and then renewable energy. So it's a system that is being powered by renewable energy, and then it can collect the waste from the water body, and then after that can be sorted out and all of that. But, it's difficult to find funding for such innovative projects. And so I totally agree with what you're saying. So that brings me then to Mr. Elko, because then that's when we have a lot of money as well. So what in your capacity, like businesses like Deloitte, what role would you play when it comes to youth and climate change innovations? What do you think that businesses like Deloitte, not just...
And the goal for that, right, was to get firms, right, to be interested in reporting on their climate interventions, looking at the impact to their bottom line. Now, that's why I want to... when you talk about ESG or sustainability, there are two folds. Looking at the impact on you as a company, your finances, and then looking at how it impacts the environment, right? Now, what they did was that the SASB came up with what we call the IFRS S1 and S2. But the focus of that one looks at the company's financial bottom line. And why is that important? Because most companies are interested in how it impacts their finances. I mean, listen, we can do all the talks about climate change. If they are not seeing the impact on their finances, they just don't care about it, right? I just came, I looked up from LinkedIn, I saw this research. I mean, a lot of big companies are backtracking on their promises, right, to sustainability goals, because it's big money, big investment for them, right? So the first thing is that, one, if you want to support it as a young person, right, you need to look at how it's impacting a company's bottom line. Now, one of the things is happening now, what they are doing, aside all of that, is most governments are now enforcing regulations, right? So regulation is one of the wheels that they are using to get companies to be committed. So recently, we heard about JRA coming up with the emissions levy. So something like that are going to force companies to now be interested in measuring carbon footprints, and it's going to create opportunities because they don't have that capacity, right? I'll come to later what opportunities really that exist for youth. But I mean, regulation is one of the wheels through which you get companies to make financing available. Another thing too is that, I mean, Ghana, for instance, we had our renewable energy goal, 10% renewable energy by 2020. Right now it's 2030. I mean, why is that the case? Because
the issues that are plaguing us as a country is enormous, right? I mean, that nobody will really be interested in taking money and build a solar plant if there's no connection to these SDGs, which really are the real issues that we face. So, for instance, one of the things I've always believed in is that if you want governments to be committed to support, make climate interventions must show that it's solving real issues that people face day to day, right? Because they want votes, right? And that's what we encounter they have schools, education as a challenge. So you want to think about climate and education, right? We have roads. Can we look at how we can have either brimstone or whatever? Can we have another alternative way of manufacturing it by reducing the carbon intensity and still build good roads, right? We want schools, we want water, right? I mean, recently, because of the Galamsey activities, they previously would purify water using alum. Right now, because of the intensity of the waste, they are now using polymer also, which is about 4 times the cost of alum. So if you want to talk about climate change, what is the intervention to bring down the costs while still improving the amount of water? So solutions must really show cost reduction. If you want companies to be interested, it must show how their bottom line is being affected. If not that, another thing, most companies have their corporate social responsibility. That's also another angle where you can also get them to be interested in. But with that, most of the time, there's not so much fund committed there. Most of the time, they will commit funds when they see clearly there's a regulatory penalty and they're going to pay a huge amount of money, like what the emissions levy says, 100 cedis per ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. So if you have a company that is emitting huge amount of carbon dioxide emissions, and they know that they're going to pay this amount of money, they'll be interested in investing in anything that cuts down their CO2, right? One of the things I did when I was starting designing of solar PV, right, was to really, because most of the time it felt like it was a good thing to have, but really once you start talking about the investment, most people just withdraw because, I mean, the upfront cost was high, right? So the question is, can you design solar in a way that people can see real savings month on month, right? So now they are now seeing that they are saving actual money while saving the economy. That is how you need to think, like, if you are bringing solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just to maybe follow up on that, and this goes to all of us, you were talking about regulations. What do you think the youth can do to have an impact when it comes to these type of regulations so that, I mean, we can have a say in it and then we can also benefit from some of these, especially when it comes to climate governance?
Let me also, I'll take this from another angle, right? You see, a lot of the focus as far as climate change has been on advocacy, right? Which I think we kind of also miss it because there are real problems that need real solutions. So, I mean, so you have somebody studying, I'm just studying geography, and he's thinking, what can I do in the space of climate change? You don't need to go into advocacy. You need to master your craft on how you use GPS solutions. Because especially when we are talking about land reclamation from all these Galamsey activities, you need somebody who knows how to use geospatial tools, right? Yeah. How to do land use mapping, right? To see what is the extent of land that has been degraded. I mean, you talked about clean cook stoves. One of the things about clean cook stoves that attracts funding is that most of the time they are interested in your solution that you are bringing, right? What is the amount of forest cover that you are saving ultimately? So they have various indicators. They have the FNRB. They have a whole lot of that, how to look at how much CO2 emissions that you have saved. So it's not just nice having a clean cooking solution. You must be interested in the economics of climate change, right? Another thing also, if you are into data analysis, right? If you want to, any company that needs to implement climate, it has to do with a lot of data. You need real-time monitoring information, so you can also develop dashboards, right? So I'm just saying that it's not just about having an input on the, because I work in consulting. And one of the challenges we have is sometimes we find it difficult. We see a lot of climate opportunities where there's funding, but you don't have the experts, right? Because a lot of people are interested in the advocacy of climate change. They're not building hardcore skills. They are not building hardcore skills that will enable them to support the solutions that need to be provided out there. So that is very important, right? Once you have all of that in a good perspective, then you see that you can then really, because when you are going to influence regulations, you must influence regulations from a strong understanding of what the issues are and the impact, right? Then you see that you are making an impact. So there's a lot of opportunity regardless of your background, right? And nobody should feel that the course that you are studying, you can't play. Even social, she talked about social intervention. We are pursuing a bit right now, and there's a whole component on social education where you are looking at, because they are looking at reforestation. Now the question is that you need to take in the inputs of the community into consideration in designing that solution. Now, are you going to do a forest cover, or are you going to make land available for cultivation? So all of that will come to somebody who really knows how to understand the community, how to engage with the community. So everybody, regardless of the course that you are studying, there's a role for you to play. Master your craft and then just get in there.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think Nee wants to add up to that.
Yeah, I mean, as you were speaking, maybe tied to that, the approach could be like, for example, the University of Ghana has a Center for Climate Change and Sustainability. You know, beyond focusing on the social science aspect, we could have tailored programs as part of the course where we make students, learn how to develop solar PV, panels and so on, to sort of create a more practice-based learning for the climate change discussion. I think what is missing a bit is the practice-based learning that, Prof, from your side, your industry, with the help of development partners, need to figure out more. And then beyond that, how do we connect these students who are learning these hardcore practical skills to industries? I think there's not enough of immersion in what you are studying, because I don't actually know how many renewable energy companies are there in Ghana. But how do we make sure that if you are learning how to build, solar panels, you get practice experience, so that beyond that, when you finish school, you can develop your own solar panel? I think we need very concrete examples of these things, and that's a way of, transforming young people having the needed skills, So I think this is something to consider.
Thank you. Yes, Prof.
Yeah, so when you were speaking, I was just going to say the experts are here. So, and also to tie in with News submission, I'd introduced, at the very beginning, mentioned Climtopreneur Innovation Hub at the Department of Physics, and is to come up with these practical solutions. So we have students who are eager to do something to support the solution. They have really very nice ideas, but then to put them into practice, as we all expect, they need that enabling environment. So the Innovation Hub is to sit with students, to allow them the space to come up with the solutions, practical ones, especially the renewable energy options, especially those ones. So We do a lot of theoretical studies, as you rightly said, in most of the universities in Ghana or institutions in general. We do a lot of theoretical. But again, the idea of going into the practicality, providing the practical solutions has already started coming up. And we believe that with the support of the industry, through their side budget for projects or their social corporate budgets, they could support such innovations that are emerging from the institutions. So I'm particularly happy with these discussions because when I go on the international panels and then you see the youth coming up or talking about climate change, the extent of their knowledge at their age, sometimes they are not even up to 20 years. And the things they know about climate change, the problems, the challenges, and then the solutions, and what they are doing, aside the advocacies, other things that they are doing. Then you come back home, you think back home and you are like, where are the Ghanaian youth? Is it the reading we don't do, or we just don't care about what is going on, or we don't have the platform and all of those things? So I want to really, I don't know to say congratulations or give kudos to the organizers for this program, because really we need this discussion to be, it starts with discussion. You ask of the solution the youth can also come up with. It starts with the talking. Yes, it's okay. You should talk. You can influence government. You can influence governance, decision making. When you talk, you have the number. Apart from the innovation power you also have the number. And if you get as many of you talking and getting yourselves involved in panels like this, in discussions, wherever you find yourself, in voicing out your concerns and the solutions that you need, I believe that things will turn around to the favor we all want for the solutions of climate change. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think it's great to know that at least now as you've come back home, you've also seen that the youth of Ghana are also pushing and are also doing something when it comes to climate change. Just to wrap up our discussions, I just want to find out from everyone here what you would say are your greatest hopes currently and fears when it comes to climate action and youth. Looking forward and then looking at also possibilities in the near future. Yeah.
I start.
Yes, please.
So I let me cite this example, which is scary to me anyway. I was on European Union Parliament panel, and I was put a question that they had brought clean stoves and ovens to Africa for use. And at the very beginning, people were happy to accept those products. And from their research, it didn't take 3 months, and they stopped using those products. And they were like, why? I saw some. And going into communities, I saw ovens, especially ovens for fishmongers to use to roast their fishes and all of that for the market. Indeed, they started using it, but after some time they stopped because the fish that they smoke or they roast or whatever with the solar ovens, they were not getting buyers for them. They said, one, it doesn't have the same taste as they knew it. It's not funny, eh? It doesn't have the same taste as they knew it, and it doesn't come out like the usual way. So I explained with the issue of culture. We really need to psych ourselves, change our lifestyle, change our eating habits or pattern, change a lot of things if you really want to go into the solutions, because we can come up with the solutions, but we may not practice or we may not use them. That is my fear. So we need to change as much as possible. We can start slowly, change our eating pattern, change our tastes, change our style. Then the stoves. It had equally similar cultural challenge. Women who want to walk to farm, work together in groups, talk about their lives, talk about their families, talk about the society, and then all of a sudden you deny them of this kind of lifestyle. They sit in their individual homes to do the cooking. It's not the cities. The cities, they didn't have problems, so much problems with the cities to use the clean stoves and ovens. But the villages where we have a lot of cutting of trees and all those other practices, that is a challenge, which, I mean, I use that only that as an example. There are so many other things which boils down to our lifestyle and our culture and our patterns of the way we live. Things has to change. The climate has changed. We have to change alongside. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. So let me just add. So I think there are opportunities. One, because regulation is catching up real fast. So a lot of companies are setting up now. So that creates a lot of opportunities for young people, right? Because now it's not like I feel like you, I don't feel like you have to. So let's be tracking this regulation and see how we can prepare ourselves for it. Like for instance, when the emissions levy is passed, most companies will need carbon auditors to be able to estimate their carbon footprint, right? Track it and then come up with solutions how you can reduce that. And that's an expertise or an experience a lot of people don't have. So just track some of these regulations and then build a capacity along those lines. Also, for some of these social solutions, right, they should be human-centered led, right? So you do a lot of stakeholder engagement. I mean, as I said, you don't want to come up with solutions, especially in a rural setting, which changes the lifestyle. Obviously, they're not going to adopt something like that, right? So you need to have all that in mind when you come up with such interventions, right? And aside that, there are a lot of nuances to some of these interventions. It looks like it's a good to have, but sometimes the details are such that most people will not just take money and back it up. You must know what are the other things that you need to know, right? You should be able to tell how these interventions will be able to estimate how much carbon dioxide is being saved from this intervention. You should be able to save how many jobs are being created. You should be able to tell how many deaths are being saved from this smoke and all of that. So these are real estimates, that you should do, economic estimates, analysis, right, to demonstrate that these are the, you should be able to also show that the benefits that you are deriving are sustainable, because most people will not back something that after a year or two, you realize that it doesn't follow through. So we should be hungry for more knowledge. We should be comfortable with our craft. We should be interested in, we should go deeper in what we already know, right? And we should be very human-centered, oriented, so that interventions that we come up with are something that align and flow with what people are familiar with, and certainly in the long run goes towards ensuring sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to add a quick to what you just said, I think there was a consultant who was contracted to site a borehole, and then where he decided to, site it, they said the witches gather there every evening, so they would not agree.
The community, that's what they said. Yeah.
They said the witches gather there. Yeah. For him, he felt that he can get enough water there, so he went ahead, and then it's been there. Yeah. They don't go there, they don't fetch water there, they travel long distances just to fetch water. So I think, just as you've said, when we are bringing in these whole implementations and initiatives, we take into consideration some of these aspects as well. Thank you. So, Nii, yes, your closing statement.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if I should start with the hopes or the fears, But we are speaking about Galamsey, and I think really one of my fears is, the future of our water bodies. And I was speaking, I picked boat a few days ago, and I was speaking to this driver who said that he chose schools for his kids, specifically in Accra, because he felt that when they go beyond Accra, his children will be exposed to some of the things that are in the water bodies and so on. And I really do think that the fears are more than we think. We need to really consider and see how to mobilize better to deal with this Galamsey issue. It's really, when you look at the future of our water, are you going to import water, or what are we going to do? The future looks really bleak. And for me, that's one of my greatest fear as a young person. In terms of opportunities, I do think there are still opportunities. I'm helping someone do an eco-village in Porkrom in the eastern region. Wow. And we are looking for experts who know how to do mud housing, but unlike the way the local people do it, for it to be more durable. And we are not getting, people who have that expert knowledge to help us build it. We're also doing a project at Transform Transport Accra, which I lead, to get students to use GIS to map out cycling lanes in Accra. And these are things that are coming up related to climate, and the urban systems, how we build, and so on. So I do think that there are lots of opportunities, and we need to look through and see how to, positioning ourselves in a place that we can benefit as young people. So yeah, thank you very much. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think there are a lot of initiatives. And I'm sure if you are here listening, perhaps you know how to build mud houses in a very innovative way and durable way. After here, you can see Ni, and then I'm sure you have a business deal. So maybe we'll just give room for 2 questions because we are far behind time, and then we can go for our tea break, or coffee break. Yeah, so please. All right, so they always say ladies first. Sorry. Please, if we can give a microphone. Yeah, if you're allowed to go.
Yes. Hi, my name is Hilda, and I do a lot of advocacy. I've been advocating for about 5 years now. But when Professor was talking, she talked a bit about culture. And recently, I wrote an article with the BNFT on inclusive advocacy, how we can find metrics to see if our advocacy is actually having the effect it should have, behavioral change, and we including culture. Now, I am asking that shouldn't our solutions also be culture tailored? Because like we are using the example of the fishmongers, if they were having a solution, or they were brought an innovation that really did the research and understood their way of life and tailored something that was specific to their challenge, then they would have accepted it. And my second question would be, how can we include these climate advocacy or climate education from the kids or the young people's level? Because we talk about it at the youth level, and we certainly have been talking about including kids in climate advocacy. How do we try to bring them up so that they get that from the onset, and when they grow up, they understand what it is and the solutions to bring up? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Definitely to come up with solutions that are tailored for us is the best way. That's the only way you get the solutions used. So even with research now, we go into co-design and co-definition of the challenges. So now we don't just sit in our office, and because we want to publish papers, we create a topic and publish. You go into the communities to understand what challenges, or if you want to do impactful research, you go that way. The same way we want to have impactful solutions, we have to go together, design, and, well, first define with the people you want the solution targeted for, design, and then you come up with a solution. That is the way to go, and not just for the fact that solution works for one group doesn't mean it works for the other. It actually works for the urban areas perfectly, but not in the rural areas. And the involvement of children. As I said, I was listening to Joy today, and there was a young girl talking about illegal mining and the water and the passion. I became very emotional, and I said, I can't even continue to listen to this again. These were things we are already aware of, but hearing it from a young person makes you so emotional, like you want to kill somebody because somebody is destroying our water. You feel like that's rage out of you. So, yes, climate change is already introduced into their curriculum in schools. But to get them to do the advocacy, it takes the parent, it takes their time, it takes their interest, and, well, of course, that's a lot of work to do. But it would be a perfect thing to do if we get them to speak. At one of the COPs, we got a young lady coming up to read, I've forgotten her name, I think she's from Canada. No, apart from Nakiat, there was, before Nakiat came to COP, there was one very young lady. She was like 8 or 11 or something years old, came to talk passionately about the bleak future for the young people like girls. So she put herself in that position, and the whole room was quiet, was dead silent. So it will make a lot of impact if we bring them in as young as they are in the space. But again, it takes a lot of effort. So we can, each of us, start mentoring a girl or a boy of a young age as much as possible. It can be your younger sibling, it can be your neighbor, it can be somebody you know, it can be your child, it can be anybody. So we can start in our own small way in this process. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was a hand up initially, so maybe, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, please, good afternoon. My name is Opare, and I'm an ESG officer for CBG. Concerning regulation, right now what we've noticed is that Bank of Ghana has issued 7 principles that all the banks will have to agree with. But one issue we are facing now is that we don't have climate change experts to go into that area. So I'm seeing that there is a lot of opportunity for the youth. And also, one aspect is our SME department, the small and medium scale enterprises, they have issues because policies like health and safety, human resources, they don't have. And now it's a requirement for them to have before they come for loan. So as a youth, I would strongly urge if you can also specialize in consultancy, it will also help out. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I think, okay, sure.
So this is a question from our online streaming platform, particularly YouTube. I think it goes to any of the panelists. The name is Dela Dem, and he's asking, Ghana's nationally determined contributions, that's NDC, aims to reduce emissions significantly by 2030. Now, how does the government plan to balance ambitious climate targets with ongoing economic development, particularly in sectors such as energy and mining? Anyone want to just pass a quick comment?
If you look at the NDCs, there are some commitments in there. So in energy, for instance, they have the renewable energy penetration, right, to do more renewable energy. They also have some component for gas, right, to increase our gas use for energy production. In transportation, for instance, Energy Commission is doing a lot in terms of promoting electric vehicles. I think recently in the budget statement also, one of them, I don't know which of them, the minister actually did say duties and levies are off EVs, but that is yet to come into full implementation. So they have its sector base, but sometimes the challenge is how these are implemented to really realize the kind of impact. So like for example, if you are saying 10% renewable energy, and you are getting energy reliably from your oil and gas, right? Do you just replace it with solar, right? I mean, are you just going to do that? How are you going to do that to solve some of your social issues? So those are some of the discussions that need to be held, right? Are we going to just prioritize communities that don't have access to grid? I mean, what are we going to do? Are we going to deploy the solar in a manner that is cheaper than how we are actually procuring the fuel, where we need to get crude? Are we going to do that? So those are some of the questions that need to be discussed, and the discussions that need to be held to ensure that we are being socially responsible in realizing these targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to comment on what he also said, I think climate financing is an area that we are all supposed to, I mean, as we're coming up, we look at, and it's good to have young people here, students also here who are going to make career choices and, educational choices in the next few years. Yeah. Yes, Prof.
So, although that was a comment, but I also want to add my voice to it that, as he said, there are so many opportunities. So, climate finance is an area we are struggling with. So, when we go to COP and we are negotiating for anything, the finance aspect comes and we are actually down. We don't have any way around it. So those who are in the proper finance field try to apply something, but you need a climate aspect of it to be able to become a climate finance expert or something, to be able to negotiate on tables like that. Aside that, we also need the economics, climate economics. We have a huge forest cover, and as we speak now, government is in negotiation to sell our carbon credit. And the way we are going about it, I'm part of those who are assessing the methodologies that is being used. I'm not happy with it, but we don't have those. I'm not an economics person. We don't have the economics experts to help in that situation. I mean, I'm going very technical with GIS, with my physics, with the climates, those kind of things. But go into the economics part of it, we are also having that limitation. And that's another aspect I'll urge those who already have the economics background, do a course or two on climate, and then you'll be able to, come in as an expert in the field, aside the finance part, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there were, yes, sir. Okay, maybe we take one more question and then we'll be done.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Obindazi of Veride Solution Ghana Foundation. I am of the view that because our politicians are the ones driving our economy, this year that they are vying for, or they are trying as much as possible for us to vote for them, this is what we do at Verides. When I was coming, I left out 6 questions to be asked the MP. The first one had to do with the farmers, the fishmongers. What are they doing to them? Because the smokes and other things are giving them respiratory diseases. The emission, and we are reliably informed that Ghana is emitting around 3.8 CO2. The galamsey is also another menace. And they should ask them, what resource have they found in their constituency that they can make available the funds and expertise so that it will benefit their constituent? With that, the local people down there, but not in Accra, may also benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, I want to, just a comment. Okay, Prof. Yes, just a comment. Yes, so that's fine. Thank you very much for that. So, I want to use the opportunity to thank you very much, Prof. Brown Kluche, for your immense, knowledge that you've shared with us. It's been a great honor and a privilege also to learn. And also from you, also Mr. Eko Kofi, as well as Mr. Ninoy Omabo. I've known you for a while, so then I'm excited to be here with you as well. Thank you so much for this discussion as well. We will take a group photo and then we can call it a day. Thank you.
Photo. All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our moderator and our panelists. A round of applause. Please, louder. One more time. Thank you.
I was just having a gossip here, but he said I should say it. So I was whispering to him that another opportunity is the money that has been allocated for climate action. That is sitting somewhere that we can access. So the last time I checked, the continent Asia has accessed up to 600 billion of the climate fund. But the whole of Africa has accessed only 60 billion. And if you bring it to Ghana, let's take still Africa. The most ambitious countries in Africa are the ones who have most accessed the fund. So out of that 60 billion, Ghana has accessed just about 1%. And it's an opportunity for us. So when you talked about the MP should look at the locally and all of that, I don't agree to the emissions levy and all of those things because there are funds we can tap to. We have the forest, we have the carbon credit, we have the credits, and we can get some more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, this definitely will give rise to another debate we may be having some other time. Questions about accessibility of these funds, especially by countries in Africa, and even the disparities and whatnot. But thank you so much. One more time, please. A round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. We are exceedingly grateful. It's now time to have some coffee break, so please. DJ. Please let's escort them with some cool music. No, it should be 10 minutes. Please, we have just 10 minutes to be back to the auditorium, please, respectfully.
star. I'm tired of dreaming of where I want to be, of where I want to go. Uncle Sue, you talk, say you go help me. You say if I believe, I go make a more, I go make a more. I am ready to take over the world, take over the world. Spread my wings and fly away. One day, they gonna know my name. Uncle Sue, I'm Uncle Surulere. They say if I need to face, I'm gonna become a big star. Uncle Sue, they say that I'm daydreaming. Musician life, you know, easy. I wanna become a big star. Uncle Suru, industry Malega. You got to get the connection if you want to become a big star. Uncle Suru, won't carry you where Kelly low. In shallow Gemini, I wanna become a big star. See, I am ready to take over the world. Spread my wings and fly. They go know my name, they go hear my voice. Uncle Suru, I'm Uncle Surulere. They say if I need to face, I'm gonna become a big star. Uncle Suru, they say that I'm daydreaming. Musician life, you know, easy. I wanna become a big star.
Uncle, not true that talk. This walk where we didn't know be local. From the time when I wake up, I dey hustle. Until my bank account to self wake up. I know, say nothing if you stop me now. My God, you dey hold me down. Now why me, I know fish out, cause I'm gonna be alright. Uncle Suru, still got a long way to go. I know when you self, you know, say not true. Gotta do what you gotta do, Suru, like
Off to Surulere. They say if I need to face, I'm gonna become a big star. They say I'm daydreaming. Musician life, you know, easy. I'm gonna become a big star.
I will keep the faith alive. Oh yeah, one day the world will realize.
God, they make a way for me.
Take away from me, and I saw.
What am I celebrating you? All over the world. Uncle Suru, pray for me. I beg you. As I start my journey. Uncle Suru, I'm recording my CD. They say it's gonna be a big hit. I'm gonna become a big star.
Daddy. So you insist on doing what you want to do. Ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ tinú ẹ̀ ló máa ṣe lọ láṣẹ wa? Daddy, mo ń lọ. Mo sùúrù. Daddy, I'm...
The grass is greener on the other side. That's what I thought before I took the ride. I burned my bridges so I'd never look back. But if I had known the life I was searching for was looking me right in the eye, oh. If I had known the life I was searching for was already my own. Ire grass is greener where you water the ground. That's what I found when I took the ride. I realized the mountain I've been climbing is nothing but sand, yo. I didn't know I already had the answers. No, I didn't know. But if I had known, the life I was searching for was looking me right in the eye. Oh, if I had known, the life I was searching for was already my own.
Let me see. She's never had a toothache before.
There might be a cavity. Don't you use pep?
Hey, oh yeah, eh, eh, eh. Oh yeah, eh, 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 eh. Oh yeah, eh, 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 eh. Oh yeah, eh, 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 one life. Oh yeah, eh, 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 one life. Oh yeah, eh, 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 one life. Oh yeah, eh, 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 eh. No one, no one. Hello, hello, how you doing? My angel, my one and only. The only one that I'm missing. Where they bring me joy and blessings. You know that I love you. And I can't wait to say I do. But before we walk down the aisle, I just wanna let you know that you're the finest. May you be the finest being I've seen. You're the brightest. The way you the shine, you the bling like me. You're the highest. When it comes to rating, you're the lead. My princess, my only one lover. Girl, I just wanna let you know that no one be like you. See, I don't go different places, I've seen many faces. No one be like you. So they cannot replace you, cause you are a blessing. No one be like you. You're driving me crazy, cause you are my baby. No one be like you. No one like you, one like you. No one like you, one like you. No one. About a year ago, before I met you, yeah, there was no possibility for me to be rescued. But thank God I found you, girl. I cannot do without you. Now since I go different places, I've seen many faces. I cannot replace you. With you I done gain many blessings. Girl, you want my life. You're the finest. Yeah, now you be the finest being I've seen. You're the brightest. The way you the shine, you the bling like me. You're the highest. When it comes to rating, you're the lead. My princess, my only one lover. I guess it's not to let you know that no one be like you. See, I don't go different places, I've seen many faces. No one be like you. They cannot replace you, cause you are a blessing. No one be like you be the finest I've ever seen. The way you the shine, you the bling like green. Hey, when it comes to renting, you're the lead. My princess, my only one lover. Girl, I guess it's time to let you know that no one like you. So many things, so many things, everything. Without you, there's no possibility, there's no positivity, always negativity. Ain't gonna found you. Hey, you are my everything, you are my destiny. This is reality. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
I'm Oluonie. Young man, where are you from?
I'm from Lagos.
Are you in school?
Yes, but
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am. But I'm also trying to.
Trying to what? Young man, tell me, what are you trying to do? You are trying to see how you can rob people of their property? Kí ló ń trying to láti ṣe? Wo young man, jẹ́ kí n sọ fún ẹ. Ọmọ orí a lọ máa fìfẹ́ pé ọmọ tèmi. A máa fìfẹ́ pé ọmọ tèmi jáde kó máa yọ bọ́rọ́ nu mi. Ṣé tọ́ba tiẹ̀ ní ẹran oníwo ló máa kọ̀yàn pa? Ṣé bí ti gbin náà sọ ni? Ṣé bí ti rú ẹ̀yìn? Look at you. Mo wù ẹ́ látòkèdè rẹ̀ mi ò rí nǹkan kan. Wo lórí ẹ̀ bí tọ̀wọ́n cultist. Àwọn kan làwọn bàbá àti ẹ̀ nílẹ̀ yìí. Who are your parents? Your mother ní pedigree antecedent sí o ẹ̀ tí ẹ̀ ní. Dípò pé kò dá. Now, young man, let me tell you something. Àwọn kan ti ń tàn ẹ́. Wọ́n ní kò fine àbí? Mo bèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ ní wọ́n lo fine. Ọ̀rọ̀ kò fine. Fine boy looking stupid. Ọjọ́ tí bá tún rí ẹsẹ̀ ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ àyíká yìí. I'm going to hand you over to the police. Tó bá létí kó gbọ́, má tẹ̀lé ọmọ mi mọ́. Nítorí tí bá tún mú wà tọmọ mi, tí ẹ bá ẹ nìyẹn. Now, get out of my sight.
Ma, no one knows tomorrow.
Decentralized one thing, but getting.
I'm not rich now, but and I'm not from a wealthy family. But mommy, I'm not lazy. I work very hard, and I have God. He will bless me. I know that for sure. I really love your daughter.
Decentralized one thing, but getting out to the youth and getting the youth involved is extremely important at all levels. So both decentralized, but also, let's say, all the way to the political level. It is, first of all, so that in Ghana and so many other places on the African continent, youth are about 60% of the population. And youth are the leaders of tomorrow. They're the ones that have to live in this country, on this planet tomorrow, with the consequences of climate change. So you need to involve those who are going to be, for lack of better words, the victims of what is happening to our planet right now. So you need to engage the youth and make sure that their voices are heard and they are carried all the way to the politicians, to the decision makers here in Ghana and globally, because at the end of the day, the messages need to go across.
For IOM, Madame.
Thank you so much for it.
Thank you.
Shout out to my mom. Shout out to my baby, honey. Now you be my girl, yo. They meet the one. Alimadi olowo, ṣùgbọ́n alálàáfíà. Alimadi lé lórí, ayé wa dùn yóò. Alimadi olowo, ṣùgbọ́n nífọ̀kànbalẹ̀. Alimadi lé lórí o, òrèǹté ló lè kàn péjì o. Ẹ bá mi kí o òrèǹté. Ṣálàtú òrèǹté. Ẹ bá mi kí o òrèǹté. Ṣálàtú òrèǹté. Ẹ bá mi kí o òrèǹté. Ìyàwó mi lòrèǹté. Say you no do, say you no go leave me. Get to lawyer, baby me to short, say you no go leave me. Aliman no lowo, ṣùgbọ́n alálàáfíà. Aliman nílé lórí o, ayé wa dùn yóò yìn. Aliman no lowo, ṣùgbọ́n nífọ̀kànbalẹ̀ o. Aliman nílé lórí o. Òrèǹté ló dé kọ̀ǹpéènì o, ẹ bá mi kí òrèǹté. Ṣálàtú máa òrèǹté. Ẹ bá mi kí òrèǹté. Ṣálàtú máa òrèǹté. Ẹ bá mi kí òrèǹté. Ìyàwó mi lòrèǹté. mawono, mie fonko bobeno, e nella ito ike pamo e kokoranya wano, mawo e wale mawono. Everybody say, I am the, come on, the one who keeps me, the one who gives me strength, and I will uphold you by my see, I am the Lord. I am the Lord. Hey, come on now. Come on. Come on, put your hands together for Jesus! Woo! Once again, my name is Perez Music, and thank you for having me.
Playing for your country, any easy. Scoring, any easy. Avoiding injuries, any.
Thousand generations falling down in worship to sing the song of ages to the Lamb. And all who've gone before us and all who will believe will sing the song of ages to the Lamb. Your name is the highest, your name is the greatest, your name stands above them all thrones and dominions, all powers and positions, your name stands above them all, and the angels cry, holy, all creation cry, holy.
Hello and welcome to the very first episode of Let's Share. I'm Molly Dasobri, and over the next 13 weeks we'll be diving into deep critical issues surrounding sexual and reproductive health and rights. Today we are starting with you seek to overcome.
Also,
And you need any information on your
making sure that we are able to improve the wash status within our healthcare facilities. So here we are talking about water, we are talking about sanitation, we are talking about hygiene. And in fact, we are talking about waste management. And so dealing with all those situations, because you get to some of our healthcare facilities where
information on your sexual reproductive health, do not hesitate to contact She Plus hotline on 0800 001 122 or any of the numbers on your screen. Thank you. What have you learned from today?
Hey, energy say, energy say. When I shout energy, you say, mommy vibes on the one time. Energy say, hey, energy say, oh, energy say. When I shout energy, you say, mommy vibes on the one time. Energy say, hey, energy say, 1, 2, 3, let's go say.
Please, let's get back to the auditorium, please, so we can continue with our program. We are already pressed for time. Kindly make your way to the auditorium. Say money, good health, favor, long life, protection, anointing. This year we don't make help. This year we don't breakthrough. Amen. Amen. Oh, amen. Baba God will come through. Amen. Chase it. Amen. Oh, amen. This year we don't breakthrough. Amen. Amen. Oh, amen. Baba God will come through. Amen. Chase it. Amen. Oh, amen. This year we don't breakthrough. Amen. Amen. Oh, amen. Baba God will come through. Amen. Chase it. Amen. Oh, amen. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
We're traders. It's in our DNA to make bold decisions when everything is on the line.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Please let's make our way to the auditorium,
To
please.
stand tall while others crumble. To battle
We need to
in the world's
continue with the
greatest
program.
Now so you see me for road one day. It can't follow me go, it can't follow me. You say sister, sister, please wait. I wanna talk to you all day. I say tell me what do you want? Make it all be like say I to the front. He said it's only gonna take 1 second. It can't ask me stupid question. Have I met you before? Is your brother Paul? Did you go to my school? Cause I recognize you. Do you live next door? Does your daddy play football? Get like an all life for you. I swear I recognize you. Maybe me need your question. I know me don't need, I know me fool. Maybe me need your question. You see your style is just not cool. Maybe me need me last week. I think I saw you with another chick. Would I catch the bad guy? The movies make you cry. Maybe me need your question. I know me don't need, I know me fool. Maybe me need your question. You see your style is just not cool. Maybe me need your question. I know me don't need, I know me fool. I won't pay you no attention. So baby me need your question. Oh, Benny brother. Maybe me need your question. You say you want to marry me. You say you like my quality. Oh, maybe me need your shit. Maybe me need your question. Je parle pas chercher, yeah. You know the show, you know the flow. Oh, to me need your shit. Maybe me need your question. Maybe me need your question. I know we don't need, I know we fool. Maybe me need your question. You see your style is just not cool. Maybe me need your question. I know we don't need, I know we fool. I won't pay you no attention. Maybe me need your question.
Wait, let me explain. Actually, boo, when I saw you, my attention was attracted to you. And then talking to you seemed like what is perfect to do. But confusion is the reason that I acted a fool. I can't ask random question like Shola Swing. Did you know Kola? Did you ever spoke with him? Is your name Shola? Did you ever go to redeem? Is this your Nickaboga? Are you going to...
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Well, now we've had breakfast, so we don't have any excuse to be dull. Hello, everyone. Great. You know, we are young people, we are energetic, we have all the verve, and we have all the energy and vitality in us to be active. So, hello, everyone. Fantastic. Right, welcome back from that quick coffee break. We are going into this next part of this session. That's the preliminary session, the second part of it. But before that, we have two schools here, Presec and Presetters, right? A little bird whispered to me that, there is something I like about, the rally of young people when it comes to championing the cause of climate action. It's the fact that a lot of us can even use our talent to drum home the message on climate change. So I'm told one lady from Presetter, she's an excellent singer. She wants to sing for us briefly. Please, a round of applause for her. Please. In fact, this has to be a competition. We are going to have a dancing competition in the course of the program. Do we agree? Do we agree? Presec for no. Hey. Please, a round of applause for her, please. While we get ready for the second plenary session. Oh, please, let's show her some love. She needs all the encouragement we could possibly conjure.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matia, and I'm here to minister to you songs. The sun comes up, it's a new day dawning. It's time to sing your song again. Whatever may pass and whatever lies before me. Let me be singing when the evening comes. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. Worship his holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul. Worship his holy name. You're rich in love and you're slow to anger. Your name is great and your heart is kind. For all your goodness I will keep on singing. 10,000 reasons for my heart to find. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. Worship his holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul. Worship his holy name.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, please, a round of applause for Mataya, please. Round of applause. So, Mataya, come briefly. If she were a known singer, who would she be? Who? Rihanna or Celine Dion? Who? Oh, Joe Metto saying. Mataya, thank you so much. We'll call you again for the second part of your music, okay? Please, a round of applause for her. See me after the program for a handsome reward. Okay. That's been said and done. We're going to the next plenary session and welcome on stage our moderator, Catherine Dogbe. Please, let's welcome Ms. Catherine Dogbe. Catherine Dogbe will be moderating a session on the topic Harnessing Circular Economy Opportunities to Strengthen Youth Resilience in the Face of Climate Loss. Please, a round of applause one more time for her.
Okay, good afternoon once again. I'll invite my panelists here. Gideon Makralo, he's the National Project Officer in the International Labour Organization. We have Richmond Kennedy Kwaku, Executive Director for Plastic Punch. And Miss Ivy Sewa Jima Akwoku, she's an Assistant Research Fellow with the University of Cape Coast, the Center for Coastal Management, African Center of Excellence in Coastal Resilience. Thank you all for joining me this afternoon for our discussion. So this afternoon we'll be discussing harnessing circular economy opportunities to strengthen youth resilience in the face of climate loss. As climate change impacts become increasingly severe, there's the need for innovative solutions to help us address the impacts. And the circular economy has been identified as one of the approaches that we could use to address some of the severe impacts that we have from climate change. So my panelists will be helping us to break down the issues this afternoon, and then see how we can, as youth, benefit from the circular economy. So I'm going to start with Mr. Gideon Mankralo. And as he's been doing a lot of work with the youth at ILO, I'm going to ask him a bit of questions about what ILO has been doing. And then what are some of the key challenges they've had so far? Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Good afternoon to all of us. Good afternoon. Okay, it's a pleasure to be here. I work with the ILO. The ILO is the International Labour Organization. And as the name stands, what we primarily do is to set international labor standards that globally all countries who are parties follow. And our primary focus is on the world of work, decent work, social justice, and all the issues that come with the world of work. Our structure is such that we work with the ministries of labors and employment in all countries that are parties, together with the labor unions and the workers' associations in all countries that form the organization, the ILO, and we are the office. So we take instructions from the organization as an office, and then we implement. And one of the areas that is a key priority area for the ILO in the past decade or so has been the area of just transition, which basically is a response to the climate discussions we are having today on climate change, climate action, and its impact. Basically, the impacts of this climate action on jobs and workers, and that is what the ILO has been doing. So in 2015, pursuant to the Paris Agreement, the ILO developed the Just Transition Guidelines. So basically, I think all countries, or most of the countries now have signed up to the Just Transition Guidelines. And basically, it is saying that we are all yearning to move from the brown economy, which is how we are doing things now, the linear economy where there is input into a system and there is an output, and then the output ends up in the environment, polluting and destroying the environment. We are all trying to move away from there, and we want to go into the green economy, or some will also say the circular economy, and that is why what we are coming to discuss today. What we are saying is, as we are moving from the brown and the linear to the green and the circular, let's move in a way that is just, so that we don't leave anyone behind, we don't hurt people, we don't hurt jobs. We make sure that the youth have more job opportunities, there is net employment gain, so that everybody gets something to do, profitably, sustainably, and all the issues that come with health, safety, occupation are taken care of. As we are moving as well, we are making sure that the workers who are working in these economies that are brown are not adversely affected by the move from the brown economy to the green economy, but they also find expression through upskilling, reskilling, and skilling. So that is what the ILO has been focused on, and perhaps I'll come more specifically to what we are doing in Ghana, but broadly, this is what we have seen. In terms of challenges, perhaps I'll touch on one. I think the previous panel, my colleague over there mentioned finance as one of the big challenges for young people. I would also want to highlight the general sense that I got from the first panel, that skills is one of the issues. Getting people the right skills to be able to participate meaningfully in this green this circular economy. And that is a key focus for the ILO now on a project that we are working on since the beginning of the year. So I'll pause here, and then we can pick up the discussions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Gideon. I'll now move to Ivy, and since she's doing a lot of work in the educational sector, I would ask her how can educational institutions integrate circular economy principles into the curricula, and how are we preparing young people for the opportunities that exist in the space?
Okay, thank you very much, Catherine, for the opportunity. I think within the academic space, the first thing that we have to do is to actually be conscious of the fact that people need to know before we can act. You cannot act if you don't know. So the first thing is that we have to be interested in the knowledge that is going on around us, the new things coming up, which circular economy is one of the best things going around now. So you have to be interested to incorporate it into the curriculum of the educational system. That could be a general thing that maybe every student could take. I know UG has liberal courses or university courses. UCC also has liberal courses. So these liberal courses could be an avenue where issues about circular economy could be introduced to students who might be interested or might not even be interested, for people to actually know what is going on, because it's all about efficient use of resources anyway. And you don't have to have a factory to use resource efficient. It actually starts from our individual lifestyles. So when people get to know through the formal education, they get to act individually and collectively, things also escalate, and then the impact becomes huge. The next thing is the university providing the avenue for people who already know to practice. From the earlier panel, we were talking about infrastructure. The university should be able to provide such spaces where young minds that have innovative ideas could come, nurture their ideas, and test it. But we don't have those things. So these are some of the things that the university have to invest in to make sure that there are infrastructure, equipment, the knowledge base, everything available for people to come, because there is no other place where people can nurture and come up with ideas than the academic environment. So if the university is able to provide infrastructure, then minds that are able to think outside the box to bring solutions to our resource use could go there and nurture their thoughts. And also, I think the university could also, through grants, for instance, our research centers, when professors and doctors get their grants in such fields, it could put students on to be able to come up with these ideas. It might be that the university might not have those infrastructure, but individual professors could attract grants that could help the university establish some of these things to help the students come up with ideas and nurse some of these brilliant ideas that young people have. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Okay, so what I see bringing through both of your conversations is the issue of financing. I think the issues of developing our skills is also coming up very clearly. I'll move to Richmond. And Richmond has been doing a lot of work with young people. And so I'm going to ask him to tell us a bit about the opportunities that he sees for youth in the circular economy and how he thinks they can get involved.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Richmond. I'm the director at Plastic Punch, like mentioned. And what we do at Plastic Punch is we are raising awareness on the triple planetary crisis. We are looking at climate change, biodiversity loss, and plastic pollution. So in our process, we after raising awareness, of course, you need to find solutions, right? So after the awareness raising is where we use what we call citizen science. That's evidence-based approach. Like Ivy said, if you do not understand the problem, how can you solve it? So I'll give you an example of one of the citizen science approaches we do. One thing Plastic Punch is known for are our beach cleanups, all right? So we know that for beach cleanups, if you know how the ocean works, so the way the ocean works is there's always currents moving. After 4 hours, there's going to be more trash coming. So if I go and do a beach cleanup, it's a very useless activity because the ocean current is going to bring in more trash. However, when we go there, we go and collect data on what is polluting and who is polluting. And this is where the opportunities come, because to every problem, there's an opportunity. So by understanding what is in the waste stream, okay, we see a lot of PET bottles, we see a lot of textile waste, we see a lot of single-use plastic, sachet. Then we start to ask ourselves, how can we solve these things in the waste management hierarchy? For us at Plastic Punch, our approach is really towards the first hierarchy, which is prevention. Don't even use it before coming to think of managing it. For example, Elcoy has done great. There's a dispenser outside. If you have a reusable bottle, you just go and fill it, and then you have water. But if we do not have that solution, what do we have to do? We all have to go for plastic bottles and then start segregating and thinking about how to recycle, etc. So for us, it's really at prevention. And this is where the opportunities come in. At Plastic Punch, we are developing 2 solutions at the moment. And I'm saying this for you to be inspired on all the parts of the journey, because, when these conversations about climate come up and all these issues around the environment, there's always a question that puts off things. What are the alternatives? Where are the solutions? And these are opportunities for all of us. So we are developing, or we are currently working on two major solutions. I'll touch on it. And perhaps that could inspire all of us here to come up with solutions in different forms. So the first one, based on the data set, we are realizing that anytime we go and collect the data at the beach cleanup through the citizen science approach, we are finding a lot of takeaway packs, single-use plastics. It means that it is linked to the provision of styrofoam or food packaging. People want to get their food. So one, we are promoting reusable lunch boxes. However, there are people who still want the convenience of having something looking like the styrofoam pack. So with this, we've been doing a lot of work together with the University of California in San Diego, with ISTOM in France. We've been working also with different partners, and we have developed alternative packaging solutions. That is things that look like styrofoam. So styrofoam is the white thing. They are all from plastics. What we don't take attention of is that all plastics comes from petroleum. So when you have hot food with your plastics, whether abenquine, anything at all, cocoa, technically you are drinking kerosene, diesel, or something, if it has that contact with that plastic. So what we are doing is we are bringing materials. We are using post-harvest loss. We are looking at using cassava. We are looking at coconut husk. We are looking at hemp. We are looking at different fibers. That could give us a material which looks and feels like plastic, but not plastic. We are using seaweed as well with one of our partners, Notpla in the UK. So that is one solution in finding the alternative to this styrofoam, which is not only destroying our health, but also destroying the environment. The second one, still linked to the data set. If you do not know, you cannot act. Second one, and these are opportunities. You go around, there's a lot of water sachet on the floor and everything. We are developing at the NGO what we call INSOPA, and thanks to our partners at the BRS and MESTI, what we have done is we've brought what we call water machines, water ATMs. There's one at the Junction Mall, which we'll be launching very soon, or making active so that you could all have a feeling of it. All you need to do is to bring your reusable bottle, and then you swipe a card, and then you get access to clean drinking water. So you go on our pages, and then you can see some of this. These are more technological and innovations that I've mentioned. However, there are other solutions that do not involve creating or building machinery. You don't need engineering. An example is when we started our Plastic Punch, we realized that there was not much content on education in the space. What we did with the help of the support of the UNDP is we came out with short series or episodes, which is called the Plastic Punch series, where people are acting, and then we just put it on. And now broadcasting on about 5 or 6 TV stations. So this is to say that whatever your skill or expertise, looking at the problem, ask yourself, with this skill and expertise, or with this my interest, how do I want to be part of the change of solving that problem? Because there's not going to be one solution to these issues of mitigation and adaptation, etc. However, there's going to be different solutions, and all of us just to simply look at ourselves and be like, with my skill set, how can I solve this solution? And then talk to mentors, talk to partners, talk to a lot of people, because if you do not get the right information, how would you know the direction? Just to conclude, Catherine, I want to use myself as an example, okay? I'm a merchant navy officer by profession. I work on ships. I have no business protecting the environment. My job, or what I'm trained for, is to move cargo from port to port. Today I'm here, tomorrow I'm here, just moving people's container and cars and anything kind of cargo. But then I wrote my thesis on viability of plastic pollutants. At the time, plastic pollution wasn't even a problem. And then after doing my job for so many years, I realized that, but this thing that I wrote my thesis on is becoming a problem. When I wrote on it, it wasn't a problem. So let's try to act. And with a group of like-minded friends, take note, it wasn't done alone. With a group of like-minded people, we started with the organization Plastic Punch. So find people who think like you, find people in your same vibration, and really have that passion and focus towards solving these problems. There's so many, and that is where the opportunities begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richmond. I think Richmond has highlighted very important details that we need to take note of. He's talking about us being aware of data. We need to find data because data will help us to know what exactly we can address. And then he's also talking about not having one solution. So we all have skill sets that we could use to help solve the problem. And we need to identify what skill sets we have in order to be able to address the situation. And then collaboration. We need to work together. You find people like you, people who think like you, or people who also want to solve the problem. So I think even here, as we are here today, we are networking, and we could create some of those collaborations. Thank you, Richmond. I'll move back to Gideon, and I'm going to ask him, since he's working more in the labor market, I'm going to ask him, what are the key challenges that young people face in the labor market today due to climate loss? If you can.
Yeah, thank you.
And how do you think the circular economy can address that?
Yes, gradually or increasingly, the youth are being wiped out of the global labor market economy because the jobs that are there are not sustainable, and we are moving away from the unsustainable jobs due to climate change issues. Also, at entry level, we don't have so much diversity in terms of the jobs that the young people can do. Usually at the entry level, it's administrative work that you do, push papers and photocopiers and all of that. So there are not much opportunities at entry level for young people. And there are more middle-aged people in the labor market. But for us, good and bad news is that the youth barrage is upon us. We are more youthful, especially for us in Africa and for us in Ghana. And there is always this challenge of unemployment, which is the number one challenge of governments trying to solve it, the issue of unemployment. So the young person is always frustrated, looking for something to do. Those who have energy, who have ideas, who have passion to do something as well, don't have the support system to be able to start something on their own or get funding to be able to make their dreams and aspirations come to reality. And it's always a challenge. I meet a lot of young people, and I was happy when I went out there. I met a couple of my young people I've dealt with in my previous life working with GIZ, who are doing amazing stuff. Some are exhibiting outside there. But at the time, they were struggling, and there was the need for somebody to step up and say that we can support this, we can give this for you to start something like this. The opportunities are in the green economy, as the Ambassador Riley said. If we are to get jobs for the young people, we shouldn't focus on the economy that is not helping us, that is destroying the environment, that is causing the galamsey, that is going to hurt our future and our kids. We should start thinking about the green economy. And one of the ways to create jobs in the green economy is the circular economy. It gives us a lot of opportunities to create a lot of jobs. And I don't want to take your minds wondering about things. I mean, Naval Captain just mentioned that he just had written a thesis about something that he didn't even think he would work with. And years later, he had come back to work with it. Guys, we eat. Everybody here eats. True or false? Yes. So our food systems. Okay. what is the basic challenge that we are facing now in Ghana? There was a dry spell in northern Ghana some weeks back, and all of a sudden there is a ban. You can't export outside. There were fears that we are going to have food shortages and price hikes in food items and all of that. It's an issue of productivity. It's an issue of productivity. So if you look at the food value chain, there are so many things we can do. And I am happy I met one of my colleagues, one of the beneficiaries who was on one of my projects some time past, and he's doing something in food waste, using food waste to generate energy, right? Or fertilizer for agricultural production. And I was so happy that I had met him here. Right now, Caleb, he's sitting there, and who can tell us a lot more about things that he's doing. He's using cassava waste and all of that, trapping the vapor that comes up to develop fertilizer and all of that. So, I mean, in the circular economy, when we look at the food system, there are a lot of opportunities in there. Right from even the planting materials that we use to how we are fertilizing our crops, to precision farming, crop calendars. Okay, we need, now the weather is not so stable. You can't predict when rains will come and when rains will not come. Can't we get somebody to give us some simple technology to predict the weather for us, so that you know that at this time and at this time, with the help of the Meteo Agency, you can design something for farmers to plan their production, our water usage. Now we don't even have the water. All our river bodies, we've destroyed them. So when we come to precision farming, we know irrigation. We all talk about irrigation, but not just any irrigation, precision. How can we measure the quantity of water and the fertigation materials that we are using to fertilize the crop to get the yield that we need? These are things that we simply can think through. And there are technologies that we can innovate. And these are young minds I'm talking to. I'm just challenging you that there are so many things that we can talk about. Okay, let me share a quick example with you. Recently, I was working with AcoFresh and some team on the tomato value chain in Ghana. And I'll pick just the plastic, the packaging, how they transport tomato. Already, at the farm gate, we are losing 40% to post-harvest losses. Already at the farm gate. So the farmer harvests the tomato, and then 40% is already gone. It's not coming up to the market. Then during transportation from the farmer to the market, we are losing about almost 20% already. So 60% is going off just like that. That 20% we can save it because they are felling the trees to build these wooden crates that they use to transport. Okay, it is not sustainable. They are cutting the trees. When they cut the trees and they transport the tomato to the market, the box doesn't come back. The carpenter would have to go back to and go and fell another tree. Okay, can't we use this rice husk and this coconut husk and cassava husk to do something, to create a crate that we can use to cut the tomato from the farm gate to the market centers? This is a circular economy model. Okay, something that we can think about for the food that we all eat. Okay, so I just want to encourage all of us that there are opportunities in the circular economy, not just in the food, construction. If you take construction, from the green designing of the building, now we are moving away from all these glass and this concrete and all of that. There is a lot of opportunity in the chain. Okay, I went to South Africa and I saw them using glass and plastic to do road. So there is now a tarred road in South Africa that is done with glass and plastic waste. Okay, so there are so many things we can do. As for renewable energy, we've spoken more about it. Waste, Richmond is here to talk about waste. So there are a lot of opportunities in the circular economy. We just have to put our minds to it and we'll get solutions to the challenges that we face every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Gideon. Let's put our mind to it and find the solutions. Okay. Sewa, Ivy Sewa, yeah. Yeah. So how do you think we can foster a culture of innovation and sustainability among young people to drive the circular economy forward?
I think it all starts from the mindset, culture. I think the earlier panel mentioned culture. What I see is that most people talk, and also from the earlier, we talk a lot. Advocacy is what we like. But I also most of the time see dissociation between our talks and individually our actions. If all of us here in this building, if we should profile our lifestyles, and we should point out the secularity in our activities, you realize that we are just here to listen and we are not even practicing what we are talking about. And I think it all comes back to the mindset and how we grow up and how we appreciate nature. The difference between us and the developed world is the fact that, yeah, at times it's the truth. How we think is not actually so much away from the normal. Because here, even our basic needs, we've not met them. So thinking about the environment is a tertiary thing. Out there, they've met their basic needs. So if you look at issues about behavior, people normally think about the environment when they have achieved all that they have to achieve in life. And the next thing is, how do you protect the environment? So we have more or less leapfrogged because the world is saying, let's think about it. So even though we have not done it, we are also thinking about the environment. So I think it's all about how our mindset is, and individually how we tune it to act it and also show others. Because you cannot say one thing and do the other thing. And how do you show it? How do people also learn? People learn by seeing what you do. So for instance, if today someone has never gone for a meeting where there is a dispenser, the person has learned that, I can actually have a meeting and not serve bottled water, but use dispensers. That is we nurturing that kind of culture of circular economy. So the person, if the person really wants to act, goes or gets the opportunity to organize a meeting, and the person decides to also practice the same thing. I went for a conference in Korea, and the whole conference was plastic free. They actually calculated the quantity of plastics they have saved, not only plastics. I think whenever you talk about circular economy, we only focus on plastic. It's about every resource that we use, including even papers. You go to the washroom and they've written, please, can you use your handkerchief to save the trees? So that you don't use tissue. And they calculate all those things. So I think it should start from our mindset, and it starts from all of us sitting here individually. I, for one, I always try to practice what I say. I'm always shopping with my shopping bag, and that's circularity. I always walk around with my bottled water. I always go to the office with my lunch, within my lunch box. Whenever I have to buy food and I have to pack in styrofoam, it hurts me. It's because I've tuned my mind to that. So I think no one can actually push you to do that, but it's all about them. And when you're able to achieve that, you try and influence people around you. I've had instances, my friend of mine was traveling, and she called me, was like, Ivy, can you imagine you are in my head? I'm packing, and I'm like, Ivy will say don't pack plastic. Ivy will say don't do this. That is how it starts. So let us all try and change our practice, what we preach, then tell our children, our siblings, our family members also to do this. And that is how we will change. Other than that, we will talk and nothing will happen.
Thank you. Thank you for that. What you said, it means that we should be intentional about what we do. If we are not, we can't get there. Okay, so I would ask Richmond, how do you think we can support entrepreneurs in developing and scaling their circular economy innovations? Yeah.
Thank you for this question. How can we support entrepreneurs? The first one is we need an enabling environment. But I'm sorry to disappoint all of you. We will not find that enabling environment in Ghana. And I'm being serious about this, okay? I mean, if there was the enabling environment, Plastic Punch will not be traveling to Green Vision Summit in Malta, Blue Invest Africa in Kenya, and all these things around the world, trying to find money to push solutions for Ghana. When we are paying taxes for these things, there's money supposed to be allocated for these things. This is not to break your heart. I'm telling you the realities first, and then we'll go to to answer the question properly. So it's not going to be easy. It's very frustrating, especially the country where we find ourselves. in a civilized country or a country where things should be working, any of us here who has a solution should just walk to our municipal assembly or our Ministry of Environment, and we should get money to carry out our solutions. Even our own waste management and advances in technologies in our own country, we have to rely on UNDP and foreign aid, embassies, German embassy, Danish embassy, to be able to take care of our own selves in this country. That is sad. So we are not going to find that enabling environment. And this enabling environment comes with policy direction. And one thing you come to realize with Ghana is we have all the beautiful policies written. It's really nicely written. But when it comes to implementation of these policies, then there's a problem. You don't find the bridge. So, though I've told you that you will not find this over here in Ghana, you know, Manifest, you know the rapper Manifest. Manifest says something. Manifest said, money don't bring good ideas bring money. So as an entrepreneur, just get that your good idea on, and that money will find you. Spread your wings. It's only 30 million people in this country. We are 8 billion people on the globe. If your solution does not work here, another place is going to work, all right? So entrepreneurs at any stage of your journey, really, you really need to keep it open-minded. You should not give up. Trust me, don't give up. Nothing good also comes easily. I know you've probably heard these things a lot of times, and we are all looking for that opportunity and asking that when. I'll end by saying some opportunities we'll be having at Plastic Punch to inspire entrepreneurs, but also appealing using this platform to our policy makers, our stakeholders, and all these ministries in charge of driving innovation and change. We pay a lot of taxes. It would be great that these things are actually put aside to support the next generations. I saw an innovation thing UNDP did some years ago, where students were supposed to create innovations on waste management. Catherine, you saw the amazing technologies that came out from senior secondary school students. If you saw those technologies that came out, if we had picked only 3 of those technologies and said that, oh, as a country, let's explore this technology, well, we would be top in waste management by now. So solutions are here, and all of us here have the solutions. At any point of your development, don't think it's not a solution because you are not finding that enabling environment. 3 weeks ago, I was in Lagos. I felt better in Lagos than in Accra, Ghana. Yes. And the reason we felt better we were there for a program which we also have in Ghana, building capacity in ocean sciences, where we bring professors from Europe, US, and we build capacity in physical oceanography, biogeochemistry, science and the plastics of policy of plastics, and fisheries management. So we had the last one here, and we're in Lagos recently. But why I loved Lagos, all right, is that in the same room, we had the same audience, okay, faculty, etc. Now, in Lagos, you have people from the ministry also being part of this school. Just after that school, 1 week, they are actually following up, calling you and implementing these things they got from this school, from the coastal school, ocean school. All right? So, as an actor, you'll be like, oh, okay, Martin said that they use them. Or like, Charlie, we really they inspire knowledge, or we they impact something, we they do something. At other places or a country where I come from, which I love so much, people would even bypass yourself, can't take the thing and make it look like it's their own solution and things like this. All these things are real, guys. I'm just saying these things for you to understand that it's not an easy journey over here, especially where we find ourselves. But this builds our resilience, and it gives us that edge to even push forward. And on this note, I'll mention some opportunities that we have at Plastic Punch, where if you are looking for some small funding to push your innovation, you can find something to, no matter what stage of development you are. So in the past, we did something called the Let's Go Green. It was a social media campaign where we give prizes or cash amounts for people to improve their technology or whatever solutions you have, whether in arts, technology, any way that is reducing or for the environment. We have a new project with the Ministry of Environment in Germany. It's called Potego. It's going to be here for 3 years. So from January next year, please stick out to our platforms, Plastic Punch, on all social media platforms. We'll be announcing and coming up with so many different ways to support young entrepreneurs, whether it's capacity building, whether it's seed funding, or different strategies that we would, the idea will be to link entrepreneurs with solutions. So there are these solutions available, not only in Ghana. If you're an entrepreneur, I should add this. We also need to build our capacity. We need to build a team. How are the financial structures in your organization? How are the project management structures in your organization? You need to do this internal capacity building work before you can be able to access some confidence or some kind of money to be able to manage us. Nobody is going to trust you with their money if they feel you don't have the capacity to manage that or that funds. So we also have some work to do in-house. And so the short of it is, let's not give up. And always remember that money don't bring good ideas. Good ideas bring money, like Manifest said.
Okay, so we are definitely going to get good ideas, and we believe that money will find us. Yeah, so I will do a quick summary, and then I'll give you the opportunity to just a minute for each person, please, to say something to our young people here today. And so from our discussions today, I think what has come out clearly has been the issue about the fact that there are opportunities in the circular economy. We need to be able to identify them, and we can identify them using data. Through data, we'll be able to know what the problems are. We also need to develop our skills, identify what skills we have, develop them, and then see which places we fit in. And just like Richmond said right now, we need to build our capacities as well, so that when the opportunities come, we can take them. And we've also spoken about developing the enabling environment, and this will be more to our policy makers. So we need to engage them, so we'll see how we can develop the enabling environment to support us. And above all, I think collaboration and partnerships is key, it's important. Even by sitting here today, we've heard what Plastic Punch has to offer. So we need to find ourselves in places like this and network more so we know what is available. Thank you, and then I'll let each of you give me one word. Let's do sentence. But in 1 minute, please.
Okay, so I would want to encourage the youth. I would want to bring your attention to a project that the ILO is running from this year. It's called the Integrated Action on Green Jobs and Skills. So Integrated Action on Green Jobs and Skills, and I'm working directly on the project. And the aim is the discussion we are having now, to support young people to build the required skills to enter into various green jobs, circular economy jobs, and all of that, and the attendant support that we can give to young people. So please watch out, and let's link up. It's the International Labour Organization, and we are running this. As a last statement, I want to encourage all the young people. Guys, the now is yours, and the future is yours. I'm also part of you. Please, let's make the most out of the opportunity we have now. I always complain that my father and my uncle's generation have destroyed what they came to meet, and they've left us with what is left. We don't have to further destroy it. We can make it better by thinking through it and innovating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first one I would like to say is that, yes, circular economy is there. We are looking for business opportunities, but it all starts from you. You have to start from you before you start moving to the bigger thing. So I would encourage all of us to be secular about our lifestyles. And so that collectively it helps solve because you're not secular. That's why you're having issues with climate change. So let's not wait to have something innovative before we think about secularity. Let's start from our own lifestyles. Then, when you have the capacity and you're an entrepreneur, I am not, maybe one day I'll be, and you come up with an idea. We are talking about financing, that financing is a major problem. Aside doing your homework and making sure you are ticking all the boxes for financing, I think partnership and collaboration, like we've all said, it's one thing that can help you get secure financing. I think we love to work individually too much. So we are all thinking and working individually. Whilst if we could come together and put ideas together, we'll have a stronger force to attract the funding that we need. God bless us all. Amen.
Touching on what Gideon and Ivy have said is, one word that came out was you. we are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the ones we've been waiting for. Nobody's going to come from anywhere. All the problems we complain about, everything we complain about, Galamsey, everything, pollution, corruption, bad governance, everything you can think about, which you've been complaining about. I mean, I've been complaining about certain things since I was a youth. I'm still a youth though, but like a younger youth, you know? And these things are still around. And that is why we want to help solve some of these things. So we are the ones we've been waiting for. Let's not forget that. Another thing we need to always remember is we need local minds to solve local problems. We need to solve our own problems. Nobody's going to come from anywhere to solve our problems. And the way somebody might solve the same problem somewhere is not the way we would solve it here. We need to tap into our indigenous knowledge. We need to motivate our own selves and remind ourselves again that we are the ones we've been waiting for. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you all. Thank you, Gideon. Thank you, Ivy. Thank you, Richmond. Yeah, oh, yeah, sorry. I'm supposed to take questions from them. Okay. Thank you. Any questions? 2 questions, please. Yeah, I saw that hand first. And then a lady. I'll take it from the lady. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Fataya Zakari. I'm from Tamale, the northern parts of Ghana. And we work with a project called Gwa Adapt Project. So speaking about enable environment, I want to know, how do we partner with Plastic Punch? Because plastic is something that's in northern Ghana, it's not easy. It's one of the waste that we produce a lot, and it's something we are very passionate about. We work with rural people, young rural people, like those that don't have access to social amenities, but they do have brilliant minds. So how do we partner to make these rural people take care of the waste in northern Ghana?
Thank you very much. Please.
So much grateful for the opportunity. My name is Emmanuel, and my question goes to Mr. Gideon. I want to know how we are all talking about plastics, papers, and all that. I want to know if the government is also doing something to, if he has any provisions he's doing with the manufacturers so that he will also minimize their activities. Because if they don't produce it, we are not going to find it any way to use it. So is there anything they are also doing to minimize the activities? Thank you.
So the promise was to take 2, but I'll use my discretionary powers as MC to take 1 in addition, briefly. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel. I work with Ecolinks, a renewable energy company. I want to first make this statement that we normally have these conferences where young people, beautiful minds gather, share very beautiful ideas, and we always come up with very, very, very interesting points. But we don't see our policymakers around. So what are we doing to be able to get our voice out there? We've heard our Plastic Punch man talking about enabling environment. We have complained about it here, but have they heard it? And so my question is to everybody, that what are we doing exactly to get our voice out there? We've had conferences upon conferences. I'm sure if you ask everybody here, they all have interesting ideas on how, when we leave here today, we can be able to solve a lot of our problems. But the people who put in the policies or this, enabling environment are not there. So please, what are we doing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I stand up, but I'm sorry. Yeah, we would have to briefly.
Yeah, so regarding what the government is doing, I think there are things going on like the NPAP, Ghana National Plastic Partnership that has come up with task forces to work towards phasing down single-use plastics and all that. And yes, at times it's you will not see them here, but at times the information also get there through other means. I think, for instance, I don't think UNDP will just push whatever the outcome here under the carpet. They will probably report, and the ministry would have an idea what is going on. But the reality is also that it's not going as fast as we might want it anyway. I'm not the only person who goes for conference and you realize that the outcomes are not coming. I also have that same frustration. At times I don't even want to join webinars. I'm like, you're going to say the same things anyway. So what am I going to do? So yes, we have to all push harder. So maybe that is where the advocacy part comes in, where we, beyond just sitting here and talking, maybe some of us can start making noise. No, not noise as in noise that will get people angry, but noise that will get to the ears of the people that we want it to get to. So I think that is what I will say regarding that.
And just a quick one on that. I'm interested in that as well. So as he said, the UNDP, the ILO, development organizations, we don't work on our own. We don't work in silos. We work with line ministries and sometimes the parliamentary select committees on specific areas. So like the project that I'm on, we are working with select committee on employment, education, environment. So you see, and there are always plans, bring them to speed, let them understand the issues that are going on, build their capacity, that's how we call it, or raise awareness with them. So it is one of the ways, just that as we know, sometimes government priorities are many, and for them to focus, one, this person is calling on this person is calling on this, and they are just moving like that. But what I would say is that we are always trying to get policymakers to be aware of the challenges on the ground. Not that they are not even aware, they know. But we need more voices out there. We need more people to be shouting on top of their voices on particular issues, and then they will be solved. I believe so, because we've seen in the past that once citizens raise their voices and say, this is an action, this should be on the agenda, it comes on the agenda.
Right.
Thank you.
Just a quick one. Like now, in terms of Galamsey, labor unions are saying we are going on strike, right? The moment you tag issue. So these are some of the things, like the unions that have the voice, we can work through such people to get the government, because political will is very, very important.
Nice, thank you. So I'll take the first question with my sister from Tamale. Sorry, I forgot your name. The Tamale and the northern region are areas that we've been looking at. So for us, we need to be able to raise awareness towards solutions, working solution. There has to be a solution. And with our vision is to replicate our models when it's operational or when we realize that it works. We have models that work. Now that we have networked, or then it means we have another contact point in Tamale, and then we can see together with the partners over here, ILO or UNDP, for example, just speak quickly and see if there are structures. So, collaboration again, we need to talk, we need to understand the community, know if our intervention would even make sense, and then we can take it from there. So my colleagues are around, but I'll also talk to you, and then we take it from there. Just to add my touch on question 2, on the plastic situation and the manufacturers. Ivy did mention that the Ghana MPAP. I want to specifically mention the things the Ghana MPAP is working on plastic, so that you have some confidence to know that something is going on. However, they are the power wielders. They are power wielders because there's money that is controlling some stuff, so some things will definitely delay. And that's why we all need to be ecopreneurs and politicians to take over these spaces to push these things fast at some point. So there's the banning of problematic plastics. At the moment, we are trying to identify what is a problematic plastic in this country, and then we'll phase it out. That is where we are on the Ghana MPAP policy. Number 2 is something we believe in so much, which is called the Extended Producer Responsibility Framework. It's also something that Plastic Punch we believe in so much. And the Extended Producer Responsibility, the way it works is that the plastic producer or the manufacturer of the bottle is responsible for the full life cycle of the product. How it is now is, if I go and buy any bottle of water, I am responsible for taking care of that bottle. If I drop it in the environment, then the municipality is available for responsible for that, but they don't really also care. So then at the end of the day, nobody is taking the blame or nobody is taking the responsibility. So that's what the extended producer responsibility seeks to do. It was supposed to be a law or in action by December last year, but the power holders. Just to add on reducing single-use plastics in Ghana. So, sometimes we always look at the government to act. But I'm going to give an example of a project we are carrying out with the major supermarkets in Ghana. So from December or January this year or next year, you start paying 50% or 1 cedi on the plastics they give to you in the supermarkets for free. So what we are doing is we are co-designing a voluntary pact with all the major supermarkets, Maxmart, Marina, Snedder, anyone you can think of, Fairway. And what we are doing is we are creating a commitment to reduce single-use plastics by 70%. One of the things we are looking at is putting a price on the plastics you get for free, that they give you for free, because free has no value, and then it ends up polluting the environment. So that next time you bring your reusable bag, if you pay 50 pesos, 1 cedi, and if you keep paying and you want to keep bringing it, it's fine. We are not reinventing any wheel here. The French did it. And after 10 years, government made it a law. All right? After 10 years, after private sector had acted. They did the same thing in the UK. So we are taking this approach now. By November, by the end of November, we'll be signing this pact. And when you go to your favorite supermarkets from the 1st of December or from 1st of January, you would have to pay for your for a single-use plastic unless you bring your own reusable bag. So let's all be part of the change and the solution. Thank you so much.
So before you go, panel, a quick question from our online audience. For the sake of inclusivity, we would have to do this really quickly. So this question is that the informal sector, especially traders, play a major role in Ghana's economy. How can youth, the person meant young entrepreneurs in the informal sector incorporate circular economy practices into their business models, considering their knowledge gap on the issue, and what role does the government play in formalizing and supporting these efforts? So we'll take just a 30-minute response from any of you, please. No, 30 seconds. I beg your pardon. 30 seconds.
So I think, normally when we talk about circular economy, I think because our mindset looks at something very big, we are looking at some money to come and do that thing. It's just 3 principles. Avoid waste. If you can't avoid, circulate the material, regenerate nature. These are the 3 things. So for instance, if you're a local entrepreneur and you don't have the money and you are doing something, simply even sourcing your resources from around you is a circular economy, because one, you're avoiding transportation, moving over long distances, how you package. People are looking into how to use plantain leaf to package. Instead of you spending time or money to buy plastics to package, you can probably find something within your environment and do your packaging. How you market your product. All these things are circularity is even in procurement. So let's not limit ourselves to what we know about. Every aspect of our lives, our business can involve, because it's just about efficient use of resource and cutting down carbon dioxide emissions. So anything that you do that will help you achieve that is circular economy. Don't stress too much. Then when you do bigger things, then the government probably can come in to help.
Fantastic. Okay, so
but let me add quickly that, let the English not confuse us. Circular economy. Yeah, a long time. Like, it's something we've been doing already in this country. Let's say if your sneaker or something spoiled, you take it to a shoemaker for repair, right? It's circular economy. Don't let the name make you think it's just the English word, circular economy. It's something ingrained in us. We do already, and for the informal sector, 70%, if it comes to waste management, for example, is informal sector. So they're already doing the right things. We only need to find a way to build more capacity, perhaps, so that they could also have more access to finance
and better demystify the scope.
Exactly, and bring it home.
Absolutely.
If I'm brief here.
Absolutely. So it's in our everyday lives.
Yeah, we're in our phones.
Absolutely.
These are all
fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Yeah, please a round of applause for a quick photo, and then we can move on to our next plenary session. A quick one. Photographers, please, let's do this really quickly. while we get ready for our next session, thank you very much. Thank you. Please a round of applause for them one more time. Our next plenary will be moderated by Mr. Emmanuel Ameya on the topic discussing Ghana's major decisions at COP28, the nationally determined contributions stock take. A round of applause for Emmanuel Ameya, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Catherine and the team, for that very insightful discussion. Every year we hear about COP, the Conference of Parties, COP28. What does it mean? What are the decisions that come out from COP? And so we are going to have a brief discussion on that. And to help me, I would like to invite Isaac Danso, who works with the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. A round of applause for Isaac. I also call on the stage Darius Ankama, who works with the Greenhouse GH. And so Darius, if you are here, kindly come on board. Vida Ejabin Eyim, who works with Gaio, Green Africa Youth. Vida, if you are here, also join us. Thank you very much. So indeed, yes, every year, world leaders, scientists, and those who matter and the key stakeholders meet at an event called the Conference of Parties. What is the Conference of Parties? What happens there? My able panelists will help me discuss that. Yes. Okay, so Vida, let's wait. So indeed, as I mentioned earlier, the Conference of Parties this year will happen in Azerbaijan, Baku, and that's COP29. Last year was in Dubai, COP28. So I'll start with Isaac. What exactly is COP? When people say the Conference of Parties, for the layman, what does it mean?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody here. When we talk about COP, we all know that we are discussing issue of climate change. And when you talk about issues of climate change, it doesn't just end with individual countries. It's a transboundary thing. And so before we can find a solution, it has to be global. And whatever affects these emissions, every country has effect on everybody, regardless where you come from. So if US does any form of emissions, it affects us in Ghana here. If you've come up with any form of emissions, it affects Germany, China, everybody. So it has to be addressed on that global angle. And so let me take you to a little bit of history. So the UNEP was established to look out for every environmental issue that is happening globally. So in 1992, they used to hold Earth Summit. And as a result of that, they came up with 3 Rio Conventions. And one of them is the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, to look at how to build climate action. And so this COP is held every year under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, shortly UNFCCC, to discuss climate action. Look at where we started, where we have gotten to, and the way forward. And so COP simply means Conference of Party. Every country that has signed on to this convention is called a party. So when we meet at that conference, every country is called a party. So it's just a conference for all parties. And that is the short put for COP. And so last year in Dubai was the 28th time the Conference of Party was held. And going into Azerbaijan, that is the 29th, which will be held this year from November 11th to 22nd of November. And so COP simply means Conference of Parties, where every country meets in order to discuss climate action to stop or reduce emissions.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Again, let me stay a bit on you with respect to COP28. I believe you were you attended COP28, and so you work with the Environmental Protection Agency, a very vital organization within the scope of environmental issues. What were the key or major decisions and takeaway from COP when you attended last year in Dubai?
Okay, so before I answer that question, let me digress a bit. Somebody asked a question of where are the policymakers when it comes to some of this discussion. My friend, I'm here, I'm a policymaker, so yes, whatever we are saying here, and I like the fact that one person mentioned that it's one thing having all this discussion on board, but it's about the political will. If there's no budget, you cannot implement those policies. Thank you. So coming back to your question. So the decisions that came out from COP, I will group it in three main thematics. The first one is the global stocktake. I don't want to bore with more technical terms here, but as part of the UNFCCC processes, they signed on different kind of agreement. They started with the convention itself, moved to the Kyoto Protocol and to the Paris Agreement. And the Paris Agreement, Article 2 of the agreement talks about the temperature goal, that is to reduce the global atmospheric temperature to 2 degrees. And they realized that there is a clear pattern or a correlation between emission rise and temperature increment. And so if we reduce our emissions, just as we have been discussing since morning, then that means the temperature will also reduce. And so that is the whole discussion. So the Article 2 looks at that global temperature goal. Article 3 and 4 of the Paris Agreement talks about how countries or parties can come up with their own commitment in order to reduce those emissions. And that is what we call the nationally determined contributions, which I think your next question will be touching on. And fast forward, 7 of the agreement talks about adaptation issues. 8 talks about loss and damage. 9 talks about climate finance. 10 talks about technology and technology transfer. 11 talks about capacity building. 12 talks about awareness creation. 13 talks about transparency, how we report and everything. And 14 talks about the global stocktake. So the global stocktake is looking at the climate action every country is coming up with. The Article 4, that is the nationally determined contribution. So they are taking stock of what every country have done so far based on your reporting. That is the Article 13, the Enhanced Transparency Framework, which is yet to begin. But initially, there were other ways of reporting. We had the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory that come up with the sources of emissions and reductions. So they'll put everything together and see whether we are on the path of meeting the 1.5 degree goal or not. So the first thing that was achieved in COP28 was the conclusion of the global stocktake. And they realized that we are nowhere close to meeting our targets. And so the 1.5 degree goal, based on the various NDCs countries have, please, when I talk about NDCs, it's nationally determined contributions, not our political party. So all the NDCs countries have put in together. We are nowhere close to achieving the 1.5 because, as I mentioned earlier, if you look at the emission rise, it has a correlation to do with the temperature rise. And so if countries put in measures to reduce their emissions, then that means the temperature too will be reducing. And so putting all what the countries are putting together, even though there's some level of emission reduction that will be taking place, it is not going to cause change in reducing the temperature to 1.5 degrees as we expect. And that was one thing that was established as a result of the global stocktake. Another thing that was established was the adaptation aspect of it, where most developing countries think we are not getting much support in order to meet our adaptation demand, was also clear in that global stocktake that developing countries like Ghana, we need much adaptation interventions. And yes, as the various panelists were saying, the ideas are there, but what is left is the push, the capacity, the technology, the finance. And the global stocktake was clear on that. Another thing too is, before we can meet this goal, one thing we have to get is the phase out of fossil fuel. And so there was a commitment to phase out fossil fuel. Even though there was that commitment, it didn't come out clear with the language. In negotiation, there are several forms of language that is being used. May, shall, it can take you days to whether to use may or to use shall for. Yes, so they couldn't agree on how to phase out the fossil fuel. And yes, then the last thing I will also talk about in this same direction is on the loss and damage. So when you look at adaptation, beyond adaptation, you experience some form of loss or damages. If you can't adapt or if you're not able to adapt well, there will definitely be some form of damages or losses. Yeah. And they established the Loss and Damage Fund in COP27. Yeah. So they enhanced their capacity, their commitment by establishing or operationalizing the Loss and Damage Fund in the COP28. The last thing I will talk about is on the just transition. So I touched a little bit on adaptation. In fact, the whole climate change discussion is looking at either you are reducing the emissions or you are adapting to the impact of climate change. And so looking at the mitigation, I mentioned earlier that the NDCs were not doing much to achieve the target. And so countries came up with higher commitments in order to meet the target. So for instance, the higher producing or higher emitting countries like China and US made commitments to reduce most of their emissions, especially from the methane. So they made some form of methane pledges to reduce emissions from the methane side, and also try to strengthen the low carbon pathways in order for countries to meet just transition by prioritizing equitable and sustaining jobs as well. So I think in brief, this is what I can say.
That's quite detailed. So we'll allow that to settle in. Thank you very much, Isaac. But for you, Darius, quickly tell us about your organization, the Greenhouse GH, and also add, as a young activist, you've been monitoring COP. What were the standout issues for you in the last COP that happened in Dubai? That is COP28. So tell us about the Greenhouse GH, what you guys do for those who are not aware, and then you can dive into the issue of COP. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So one of the things that I think he even mentioned that is concerning the test, understanding the process itself requires capacity building. So at Greenhouse GH, one of the things we do is that we try to help young people to understand the process. So if we read out a policy document to you, you might not understand it because there are technical terms, there are things that needs to be explained. So these are some of the things that we do. We build capacity for young people to be able to follow the progress or the processes of the developing the NDCs and also the COP decisions. So one of the things that stood out to me, like he said, was the global stocktake that was done. And like he said, sadly, we are not in line in fulfilling the 1.5 degree goal. So, and I believe that the opportunity we have in that is the fact that there has been a development of the NCQG, that is the new collective quantified goal that is being established to support developing countries to finance their implementation. So it's one of the things that really stood out to me because it's going to help developing countries to access finance to implement their NDCs and their initiatives. I think during some of the panelists, the first sessions, they mentioned that there are certain fundings that we can access. And some of these funds, it is difficult to access them because you need to meet certain requirements. And unfortunately, a lot of maybe institutions in Africa don't have the capacity to access those funds. So I think one of the things that the NCQG will do is to specifically address the climate finance issues of developing countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Avaida, you work with the Green Africa Youth, so I'm going to look at that from the youth perspective in terms of how do you think young people can play a big role in ensuring Ghana meets its climate goals in terms of the NDCs. So for you as a young activist working with the Green Africa Youth Organization, what do you think young people can do in terms of playing a role to help Ghana or the country achieve its goals?
Okay, so as a youth activist and a young person myself, I think the first part of helping Ghana in this is to know. Do we know what the NDCs are? Isaac elaborated on how many talk about adaptation and mitigation and finance. There are 19 policy actions in all that are further broken down into 47 policies that Ghana aims to achieve. So under the Youth Climate Council Ghana, we have over 200 youth organizations registering with them. These organizations would have to know what Ghana wants to achieve. The NDCs are ambitions that Ghana has set for itself and has presented to the international body that, here, see this is what I hope to achieve as a country. If the youth wants to help Ghana align with these things, then you have to first of all start by having the NDCs at hand, knowing what Ghana wants to achieve in terms of adaptation, in terms of mitigation, in terms of finance, loss and damage, because more often than not, we identify a problem and we think we are the only ones with the solution. But whatever you think you know, someone has already thought of before. And it's possible that there are already action plans that the government is working on or putting in place to address these NDCs. So we'll start up and we'll be like, we are not being heard as the youth. We need money. No one is giving us money to work on these projects. But it's possible that you apply for the grants and you won't even get it because the government of Ghana is working with some organizations or some youth organizations to apply for these grants. Getting into contact with the EPA, MESTI, even the Ministry of Finance, after knowing these NDCs are some ways that the youth activists can help, because you'd find that a lot of youth activists or youth organizations are into advocacy. And as previous panelists have said, as good as advocacy is, it comes to a point where after saying all that you've said over a number of years, you have to now do. It gets to the ground, you have to do, you don't have the finance, you don't have the support, you don't have the network to even access this finance. And you don't even know what the government of Ghana wants to do. You present proposals that some of these agencies would have to check back with your government to make sure that the money that they give to you as an NGO or as a CSO here in Ghana, most organizations would take it as money they've given to Ghana. So you would get a grant of $50,000 and it's being attributed to Ghana, despite the fact that it's your NGO that's won it. Then you would come and use it for a project that is so out of line with what the country wants to achieve in terms of its nationally determined contributions. You do it isolatedly in a vacuum, like the effects of climate change is happening to only your organization and your target group. Then at the end of the day, you come out crying that you went for a fund again and you did not get it. You did not involve the EPA, you did not involve MESTI, and I know these processes are tedious. Personally, with my organization, sometimes going and coming, even the back and forth whilst engaging with them, can be a very long process, the bureaucracy involved, but at the end of the day, your aim as a youth organization is to address issues facing the citizens of Ghana. Doing it in isolation or doing it in a vacuum does not help the target audience that you are trying to help.
Absolutely, thank you very much. So it's more about aligning our interests and collaborating and making sure that we are on the same level in terms of ideas. And once we get our resources together and work together, we can be able to achieve more. Thank you very much, Vida. I'll come back to you, Isaac. In terms of our NDC targets, for you, you are within the space working with EPA. Do you think, how would you evaluate our progress since the last stock take? I'm aware Ghana revised the NDC target. I don't know about that. If you are having a fair idea, let us know in terms of our NDC target and then also the global stock take since the last and then now the renewed one. What can you say about that?
Okay, thank you very much. So Ghana's first NDC was in 2016. And under the Article 4 of the Paris Agreement, it gives room for countries to update their NDC every 5 years. So in 2020, 2021, we came up with the NDC 2.0, or the updated version of the NDC. And as was mentioned earlier on by my panelists, it has 19 policy actions from 47 program of actions. And so we came up with the NDC in two forms. It was targeted in the conditional and unconditional. So every country has their way of developing their own NDC, because the Article 4 mentions that it has to be based on your common but differentiated principles and respective capabilities. So you look at your level of capacity, your level of finance, and the amount of emissions you come up with. Then you can develop your emissions towards that. And so it's compounded on the national inventory that is being done. So the unconditional part of the NDC talks about the activities either the country is doing already, or there is allocated funds, capacity, and resources there to do. And the conditional part is the one you are saying that you can't do them unless you get some form of support or capacity or technology before you are able to do them. And so with Ghana's NDCs, what we are mandated to achieve, our commitment we are mandated to achieve, is the unconditional part of the NDC. And looking at, if I'm to attach figures, the entire NDC seeks to achieve an absolute figure of 64 million tons of emissions. And the unconditional part seeks to achieve 25 million tons of emissions, which we have been able to achieve. But the rest is coming from the conditional aspect, and we are not mandated to achieve them because we need additional. But if those additional support comes, we are able to achieve them, which we are doing. So for instance, we came up with a whole lot of things in order to achieve the conditional part. One key thing Ghana is leading, in fact, if not the entire globe, in Africa, is the carbon market. Yeah. And it is a way to help us achieve part of our conditional NDC. So it's a way to finance most of our mitigation activities. For instance, I heard a lot of people talking about doing activities that are reducing emissions and all that, and there is no support and all that. The first panelist, one mentioned about the economics aspect of it, and that is the most problem we have in the country. For instance, we talk about emission levy that is going to be introduced and all that. You have to look at the additionality of your activity. So for instance, if it's a clean cook stove you are bringing on board, before your intervention, what was the level of emissions? Yeah. So maybe these people were cutting down trees, and because of that, they were emitting about X number of greenhouse gas or CO2. But because of my intervention, they are no more going to cut those trees down. Or even if they are going to cut the trees, it's going to be limited. And so my intervention is going to reduce the tree cutting from X minus Y, which is my activity. Then you show some form of additionality. So you are trying to tell us that with your intervention, we can reduce most of the emissions, but then you need the finance aspect to upscale whatever you are doing so that you can reduce the emission more. Right. And that is where some of these interventions come from. So it's about, so what I would say is we have met our unconditional part or our unconditional target, and it's left with the conditional part. But notwithstanding, there is another window for us to update to the third version of the NDCs, which we are yet to launch and start the process of stakeholder consultation and all that, which personally as a youth, I'll be happy if the youth voice is heard in there. Most of the youth groups are doing a lot when it comes to mitigation. Yeah. How can we get some of their interventions being part of the tracking of the NDCs or the emission reduction?
You've mentioned loss and damage fund, you've mentioned additional support, you've mentioned financial commitment. At COP28, what are some of the key financial commitments that Ghana was privy to, or Ghana got that level of support from? So if you are aware of, well, I know there was a RED Plus program which was probably in COP27, I was in Sharm el-Sheikh. So touch on that briefly, and then I'll come to you, Darius.
Yes, and that is one of our biggest problems in the country. So just like what Vida mentioned, somebody will go to COP, get an opportunity, and the fund the person will be getting will be in the name of the country. So if the person, let's say, if it's coming from GIZ, they will report as part of maybe the German government's contribution to Ghana's emission reduction. Meanwhile, in the books of what Ghana is doing, we don't have that record in there. But they will tell you that they've given that money. And that is where we've always had the challenge of the 1 billion pledge from the developed countries. To answer your question, there have been a lot of funding sources when it comes to some of these corps. I know of, just as you mentioned, the Red Plus. I know of UNDP and their partner institutions doing more. Even with the carbon market, we also established a lot of partnership. UNEP, and a whole lot. But it's about how we can actually account for this thing. Ghana government have established what we call the Climate Track by the Ministry of Finance, where they are to track most of these climate finances that are coming in. But my fellow CSOs and NGOs are not ready to report, or because they think that when you report, you maybe come and introduce some form of taxes. But that is not the idea. So that we can quantify, my man here spoke about a new quantified goal, collective quantified goal, and it's to look at the sources that are coming in, so that we can say that, now the developed countries are saying that they've given us the 100 billion, even in SS. And we're also saying that we've not received it. How can we challenge them with that? It's about documentation, so that is the point.
Yeah, thank you very much. So Darius, you are a social entrepreneur, Green Homes, GH. How crucial is international climate financing to people like you and the work you do on the grounds, and also in the larger scheme of things, helping government achieve its climate goals?
Yeah, so thank you very much. So I think the issues raised are very critical, because climate finance is actually the backbone of implementations. Yeah. So like he was saying, there are a lot of finance that Ghana has received, but more is still needed. So in our case, for instance, there are engagements that we do in the program initiations that we do in renewable energy, to also try to supplement what the government is doing already. So we implement some of these. I'm based in the Upper West, so we follow some of these initiatives and also support. I think currently, when government was cutting salt for the Kalio power plant, we were there to support. We followed that project, but unfortunately, like they were saying, this project, I think that and the Laura one, I think there are three, that one in Avrongo, the solar project. Yeah, so, and those projects were financed through loans. So you realize that there is still more money that is needed. So it is very important that not only government, but civil society organizations that are implementing renewable energy initiatives receive those money. Because when you don't have the funding, your initiative is just on paper. So to put that on the ground, we need to have access to the appropriate financing. So I think it's very critical that we engage the various institutions that have the access to these monies, so that we can also get what we need to do our implementation. And then maybe some way, somehow, we can have a collective initiative that can help in quantifying the fundings that come into the country. So I think it's very important that we have these discussions and also go ahead and to implement them.
Thank you very much. So Vida, also on that score, for you working with Gaio and being on the grounds, what can you say about that, the role of financing, tying it also into the role of the private sector? Because it looks like we are all looking up to government, but beyond the government, there are other places where we can explore to see how we can access funding. Kindly touch on that for us.
Okay, so my role at Gaio is not a financial role, so I would stick to what I know about finance. So for climate justice, finance is an enabler. You would set up all the adaptation projects that you want. You can set up all the mitigation projects that you want. But when you come to climate conversations at COP28, I remember I followed Ghana's delegation, Africa's delegation on the global stocktake at COP28. We had conversations being stalled because conversations on climate finance could not be agreed upon in meeting rooms. So I think there's a term for it, but they put something on all climate conversations at COP28. So there was no concrete decision from COP28 as finance. That is why COP29 in Azerbaijan is being designated for finance, because as COP28, no resolution could be reached on that. So as much as the government is needed to finance these climate projects that Ghana wants to undertake, the youth wants to undertake, for our unconditional projects, as Isaac said, for Ghana, through the Clean Device Mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol, we have Annex 1 countries. That's countries that are developed countries that have pledged to finance projects. Being major financiers, even for the carbon markets that Isaac mentioned. So we have Singapore, we have Switzerland, I think 2 or 3 other countries that have signed agreements with Ghana to finance projects under the Clean Device Mechanism on carbon emission or carbon sequestration or reduction. So bringing it to the private sector, some of these organizations, or even the countries as a whole, would, through their international organizations, put out requests for NGOs or individuals who are working or bringing up any projects that seeks to sequester carbon, that seeks to reduce carbon emission in any form, way, or shape, to put in applications for these monies. Essentially, this is money that they are giving to you as a grant. So you come to Ghana, you work on that project, and then it comes back to them as carbon credits, because whatever your project does in communities. So we have 350 Ghana working with communities to bring them solar panels. Whoever funds them, it goes into those individuals' accounts as carbon credits for that individual country or individual party. So in as much as we want governments to finance these projects, sometimes even appealing for funds locally would be more to our benefit than reaching out to countries or international partners for these funds. They are good funds, all right, but when you're able to track the carbon that is emitted, instead of it being emitted, because you have been able to track and you have stopped it, it feeds into that country's carbon emission and not Ghana's carbon emission. So projects that Ghana funds, or the Ghana government in collaboration with one country or one international development agency or another, projects that they fund are usually attributed to both parties. But when an international organization funds you as an NGO, as a CSO, to embark on any project that leads to carbon emission reduction,
right,
it goes to that country. So finance is, I will say once again, an enabler for adaptation and mitigation projects. But we should also know the nuances and the complexities that comes to the monies that we received. Some projects that you are giving fund for is attributed to the country or the agency that funded you. Some projects that Ghana gives funds for is attributed to Ghana. So at COP28, that was what the developed countries were saying. They were saying that if a private organization, let's say in any of the European countries, funds a project in Ghana, that country is taking it as they have funded it, despite the fact that it's not the country's own money. It's a private agency somewhere, but because they are funding it and it's coming in the name of that country, when it comes to Ghana, they have given Ghana money. So don't always ask for the government for money. Money that you take, an NGO receives, a CSO receives, is attributed in the international finance world as money that has come to the government of Ghana. So as an NGO, as a CSO, if you've ever received a grant to work on a project, know that it's the government of Ghana that has given you the money, right, whether directly or indirectly. Right. So the government is still doing something for you, despite the fact that it's not coming to you directly from them.
Thank you very much. So a final round of questions. COP29 is happening hopefully next month in Azerbaijan. In terms of the NDCs and all these targets, what are you hopeful of, or what are you looking forward to? And what are the progress that you are hoping to see at COP29?
Okay, so I will start your question with, by continuing what she just ended. Most of the times, people think that when we go to COP, it's just talk. But I must say, if there is no talk, there is no money coming. Because if, for instance, as we are going to COP 29, and Prof. Nanama and the IPCC comes out to say that, oh, there is no climate change, all what we were saying, we were lying. And the COP also agrees that there's no climate change. We've canceled anything. Do you think you get money for your projects? No, because there's no climate change happening. And so the COP is where decisions are made. The COP is where the international policies are made. Then we localize it in order to get the implementation done. And so what I would say is, Ghana is expecting a lot in this year's COP. My former executive director will say that, one, the next Galamsey Ghana will be having is onshore oil mining. No, right now we are mining our oils. We are extracting the oil from the offshore. Yeah. And there is a prospect that almost 1/3 of our Ghana land is full of oil. And so the next Galamsey we'll be seeing in Ghana is onshore mining. Wow. And the Just Transition or the Global Stocktake came up with a decision to phase out the fossil fuel. So where do we stand? Are you going to phase out the fossil fuel? Looking at our economic situation, or how are you going to do it? Of course, Ghana has to move on the Just Transition pathway. How do we move on this Just Transition pathway? How do we consider our adaptation interventions? Because with a blink of an eye, with just 30 minutes of rainfall, we hear of flooding everywhere. Yeah. We know of our energy balance being insecure. Right. At first, we were complaining of the Kosombo Dam being dry and we weren't getting water. Now, it can get full and we spill out water, but still, we experience some form of doomsor. So where is that doomsor coming from? So what do we do? And this is some of the discussion that we have to have personally and to shape our climate discussion. And so sitting down there, don't think you cannot do anything. Don't think there is no policy maker here. People are picking it up. Sometimes, in fact, when you look at Ghana's delegation, when it comes to the negotiators, I'm a negotiator. My fellow woman here is not from the government, but negotiates for the government. And so that means that the youth have a voice one way or the other. So how do we harness on the little opportunity that we have so that we can make our voice heard? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the same question to you. So what are you hopeful for COP29?
My final contribution would be kind of a teaser or something, just continuing from where they left. So we know that Africa contributes very little to the global warming. Yeah. And we are also the ones that experience, are victims the most. Yeah. And we also have to contribute to mitigating this through the NDCs. However, the monies that we would need to implement what originally we were not responsible for are supposed to come from ourselves and at times from the developing countries, the developed countries. So just like a social experiment or something of that sort. How do you think it's fair enough for us to be contributing financially? Already we are pressed with money. We know developing countries, we don't have money. And the little we have to develop our economy, we still need to use those monies to implement the NDCs, to mitigate a problem that we are contributing little to. And this, in a way, is making us more poorer. So, going to COP29, that is termed the Finance COP, we need a lot of youth voices on financing. And not only financing, a targeted financing to address the financial gap between Africa and the developed world. So there are a lot of developed countries, even if they would give you money in the carbon market, or if they would give you money to do something, like she was saying, the credit will go back to them. So how do we bridge this gap? And this is some of the ways that we as young climate negotiators or as youth advocates, we need to add our voices to, and to make sure that we have an equitable financial fund allocated to developing countries and especially Africa. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vida.
So, before I answer your question, Emmanuel, I just want to add that just because you are not at these tables at negotiations as youth does not mean that other youth are not there representing you. So just because you are not there at the table, the youth does not mean that all maybe 10 to 15 million Ghanaian youth should be at the program. Even adults, how many of them are there? Then we expect 10 to 15 PSEC students are there, Legon students are there, all advocating for Ghana's voice. That is not a feasible thing. So the youth voices are represented. Last year's COP, we had the African group of negotiators applauding Ghana because through the YCC and through other negotiation bodies, the Climate Negotiators Academy, we had about 10 Ghanaian youth representing Ghana in negotiations at COP28. I think, yes, Isaac, you are also a youth. We had anywhere between 10 to 15 Ghanaian youth negotiators representing Ghana, and we had like the highest amongst all African countries. And through initiatives like the Youth Climate Council's Negotiators Program, through the Climate Network Academy, the Climate Negotiators Academy, through the Nairobi Climate Justice, through the Agnes Group of Negotiators, there are so many negotiating bodies that aim to train youth. This year alone, I have personally seen over 10 applications for youth across Africa to apply for negotiations, and you'll be like, how will I see it? How will I hear it? You just Google, honestly. You just take your phone and you set a feedback alert so that if those are the informations you want to hear, not Kempaluta or something, you set the alert, and when such notifications pop up, you will get it. You can register. You might get it. You might not get it. Some are online training courses that you can take just to know, because you want to be given a seat at the table. You want to negotiate. You want to speak for Ghana. You want Ghana's youth voices to be heard. But you don't have the requisite training. We would give you the platform, give you the mic, and you might say something that might be detrimental to Ghana's future. So just before I come in on the finance part. So for the finance part also, Darius mentioned something about we funding projects. As a developing country, we cannot afford to set even 1% of our GDP to climate action. We cannot afford it because this is money that could go into infrastructure. This is money that could go into road. So when we have to set more than 1%, 5-10% of our GDP to fighting climate action, how much is left for actual development, to adaptation, to mitigation? How much is left to climate development? Touching on that, there are in the carbon market so much opportunity for the youth. Aside the carbon market itself, there are so many career opportunities that the carbon market has generated. You have carbon accountants, carbon auditors, you have MRV specialists. In all of Africa, we do not have a single MRV African specialist. So we would do these carbon emission projects that aim to sequester or take out carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and we now have to send out for persons outside of the continent to come and do the monitoring, reporting, and verification. And these persons are paid a percentage of whatever carbon credits you get from that project. A percentage, not an amount. They are paid percentages of whatever monies you get from the project. So being aware that there's a field, an emerging field in climate change called the carbon market ecosystem. There are projects that we can undertake as the Red Plus project is a significant project under it. There are so many variations of it being made that the country sells out because Ghana, we have enough in the country to sequester all the carbon dioxide that we produce. We have the trees, we have the oceans, we have the soil. There are so many carbon sinks that can take out carbon dioxide from the atmosphere that we can sell out. So there are some of these projects that we can undertake even as the youth, liaising with the EPA about the carbon market that we could sell out for carbon credits. This money can then be used to finance climate action in the country. Especially in a developing country, that's what we always say in the international market, in the international field, when we want money as developing countries, that we did not contribute much to the current climate crisis that we are facing, but we are the worst victims of the climate change crisis. We have droughts, we have floods, we have, you name anything that's going on, maybe aside the severe hurricanes and earthquakes, but if we take those out, we have heat strokes. Thank you. So for financing climate action and the continent. There are ways by which we can do projects on this continent, give it out to developed countries, and they would then give us money. And this money is sometimes what the governments use to finance climate projects on the continent, and what we as the youth can also think about engaging in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vida, Isaac, and Darius. And if you're a young person watching us, I want to tell you that make use of online resources. There are so many online training programs available on climate change. Follow the UNDP, IOM, and all our partners. They put out some useful information. That's the way you can also update and enhance your knowledge, and you can be a key stakeholder in this whole conversation on climate change. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for this insightful conversation. Unfortunately, because of time, we'll not be able to take questions, but you can always connect with our panel speakers after the program to have that kind of interaction and then get more insight into what they shared with us. Thank you once again, and we are very grateful for your time.
Thank you very much. A round of applause one more time. Thank you. A quick photo session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's do it for them as they take the stage. Thank you very much. Now, we will have an interlude, a poetry interlude by Jovial. Jovial, if you are here, kindly. Please, a round of applause for our poet, Jovial. She will tell us why she's called Jovial, though.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So, right, so you watch your time, and if you check what says the time, maybe you can respond to it. Are we good? So my name is Jovial because my name is Jovial. Yeah, thank you. I hope we see this. And this is an image generated from the DSC. Okay, this is an image generated from the DSC and with Bridge Ghana Foundation. So if you see this picture, I would like you to use this image to picture what I'm about to tell you today. Are we okay? Are we okay? Can we all see? You can't see. Oh, sorry. So can you all see now? You've seen it. Hi. No, this is how the picture is supposed to be. Right. Are we okay? Right. So once again, my name is Jovial, and I'm here to throw you this afternoon. Let's clap for the sound engineers. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. I found myself at a stage where I really want to go to the north. I want to go to the farm and have myself eating what I've always longed to eat. But here do I stand at the vibrant capital of Ghana and lift my eyes to the north, seeing through the savannah with resemblance more than national identity, a neglect and a burning desire across Africa and the globe. The earth is shifting, cracking and crawling, and all I have to do is to take a step and stand in a stance that have the stance of the standstill. I take a deep breath because I can't breathe. I have my breakfast at River Pra because I see River Pra just like the tea in the rich man's cup. I'm heartbroken. Happy Mother's Day, Asasiya. I've really realized I can't give Asasiya this accolade because Asasiya is already broken-hearted with me. So how can I even live such a good life in my own land? Well, me, I want Jakba. The country self don't hard. But as me and you day, even breakfast self, we no fit chop, I forgo 110. Because if I chop money, what I go chop evening tea? The system, I talk say e hard. Walking through the lines, I see the sun is scorching my head so much that I need to get an umbrella. But after the rains, everyone abandons it because it becomes a burden. We are the youth. We stand for strength. We are the youth. We stand for liberty. And we are the youth. We say resilience in the face of climate loss, and what do we see? I want to tell Asasi Radio to voice out the voices. They already voice out the voices of our land, and so what has my voice got to do with them? Everyone is unique in his own way, and so I want EPA to know that I don't have to pass through the embassy of Denmark, nor even speak to the British Council, because the local conference of youth is ready to have me. And here is a generation of young minds ready to stand for growth. In the villages, the rains forget us. And in the hard grounds, we gather hands to plant hope. What is the essence of my stand, if I'm not still? But in all, we the youth have a letter to the world. When I even see these words, I'm not sure I can read them. I wish I could cry. But I would be said to be a very, very poor coward. But in my country, I am told I am developing. But I'm developed. I was told in social studies about adolescent growth. But why do you tell me I am in a developing nation? I am an adult. I have married. I have 3 kids, and I was born 1973. So what do you tell me now? I repeat that I have a letter. And this letter is from we the young minds unto the old adage. Those who stand in the places where we have to be. Those who block up the hall and take up the mantles. We speak again that we have a letter. We've learned to swim in the chaos. We change waste to wealth, building garbage and having all the threshes from our gardens. We turn plastics to purpose, and we make life out of dust. We rise like trees in the cracks of broken hearts. And this is our letter. Welcome, Amaraba. Yeah. Come, mothers and fathers throughout the land, and do not criticize what you do not understand. Your sons and daughters who gather here are beyond your command. Your old is really rapidly aging. A step to the left if you can't lend a hand. Come gather around people wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown. Accept it as soon you will be drenched to the bone. If the time to you is worth saving, then start swimming before you sink like a stone. Come all who stand and keep your eyes wide. The chance won't come again. The wheels are spinning. And if you know you can't afford a hand, then we plead that do not stand in the doorway. This is a letter from the youth to all who are above. My name is Jovial. Thank you.
Oh, please, let's do it better. Thank you so much, Jovial. That was really powerful. And I love that she said, if you know you can't afford a hand, do not what? Do not what? Do not stand in our way. If you know you can't, essentially don't be a konongo kaya. Do you get it? Okay. All right. So we move to our next plenary, and that will be on the theme, Understanding the Intersection of Climate Change and Migration, Opportunities, Challenges, and Strategies for Action. And it will be moderated by Percy Darling Reynolds. Please, a round of applause if Percy is here.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So my name is Percy Darling Reynolds. I'm the founder of Greenhouse Project. I think you just met one of our... Can you hear me now? Okay. So my name is Percy Darling Reynolds. I'm the founder of Greenhouse Project. I think you just met one of our board members, Darius Ankama. And then I also double as the contact points for the Yango Migration and Climate Change Working Group. So Yango is the official children and youth constituency of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. That's the UNFCCC. So you have the UN with the adults, and then they make one for youth to talk about climate change, and that's Yango. So, and this is actually a project of Yango Elkoi. So before I say anything else or do anything else, I'd like us to watch a video. Let's shake things up a bit. So Ghislaine is one of our speakers. She'll be telling us a story, but let's watch the video first. Thank you. Okay, as we are waiting for the video to play, let me kindly introduce the next two speakers. So we'll be having one virtual speaker and then another in-person speaker. So we have Camilla from the IOM. Please help me welcome Camilla. And the IOM, the International Organization for Migration, it's one of the major sponsors for this year's ELCO, and they've done a lot for us. So please help us welcome Camilla. So she is the Program Support Officer at IOM Ghana, and she's currently supporting the implementation at the national level of IOM Ghana on climate change, labor migration, and diaspora engagement. During her experience at IOM Zimbabwe, Camilla strengthened her skills with reference to migration and climate change, which made her the focal point for all initiatives related to climate change in Ghana. And then our third and final speaker, okay, I think the video is on now.
My name is Maimuna from Badun. I came and built my house in Naleguru and it fell down last 2 weeks. It happened on that Friday morning, but we thank God that it didn't collapse on anybody. All of us ran out for our lives when we saw our home falling down, but couldn't do anything about it. I am now in so much agony and worries because I don't even know how and what to do to raise a sleeping place or shelter for I and my 4 children. It was my husband who helped and we bought roofing sheets down before he passed on. I went to Kumasi for Kayeye, and out of that, I was able to get some money and build this house single-handedly, which just fell flat. But now I'm unable to go Kayeye and look for money because of my children. They are young and can't be left alone. It is just these small rooms that we sleep in at the moment, where there is a lot of worries and heartbrokenness, because all of us are packed in these small rooms with our things that we were able to retrieve from the dreadful incident. When it is raining, I'm always walking to and fro because I don't know what will happen to these small rooms too. Being scared and traumatized from the incident that we just faced, I'm also worried about our current habitat. After the incident happened, no governmental organization have come to see the tragedy that the rain left us. I even gathered all the courage after the incident happened left in me for the sake of my children and went to meet the assemblyman of my community to seek for support or to see how he can help us transition from this disaster in any way. But he said he can't do anything about it, which left me in fear and a deep sense of hopelessness as I left his place, only trusting in God because I have no one to go seek for support.
All life on earth from.
Thank you so much, production team. And here's Ghislaine to give us something little about the video and what it's about. And I know the sound was a bit jittery, so she would explain what was actually happening in the video. But you saw the pictures and the videos and what was happening there. So Ghislaine, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. How we doing? Okay, nice. Okay, so I'm very sorry again. I don't know what's happening with the sound. I don't think you guys heard what Maimuna's story. So Maimuna is a mother. She's a wife. In the village of Nalerigu, please, I don't want to mispronounce it. So I think last Friday in Tamale, around the areas of Tamale, they had heavy rains that brought along like much water that was just flowing down, and her house was in the way of the water that was moving at really high speed. So as you could see in the video, her house got destroyed, and she could wake up quick enough to just pick up her things. When she found out that one part of the house was already going down, she could pick up a few of her things, and we can say, thank God, the 2 small rooms she was showing were the part, was literally the only part of the house that could survive. And I know we can all define that what happened in her area is flooding, which is as a result, which is a climate-induced disaster. But what we are here to talk about is what happens to Maimuna after the flood has happened. How does she pick on from there? How does she live from there? So Maimuna said she went to meet the assemblyman in her community to kind of ask, like, how does she move on? Are there any means of support for her to transition from these great shocks she had? And that was literally what the video was about. We were just trying to put her story so you all can hear. And I think right now we stop talking about, not that we stop talking about climate change, but we need to start looking at what happens after climate-induced disasters, which is what? Climate migration. And Maimuna is not the only one. As the video projected, in about 2050, there will be about 3 million internally displaced people in West Africa. These are numbers, and these people are, from the report, they say these people tend to go in the urban areas, which is going to create a great strain of resources in urban areas like Accra. I can relate with Maimuna so much because I am also a climate migrant. When I was about 5 years old, I think all I can remember was my aunt, pulling me out of the house, and everyone was crying. Because everyone was crying, I was just crying. I was just so much in shock. And when I realized that, okay, the house was flooded, and we were sleeping at night, and water just came heavily and swept away everything. And it was, as a child, as a 4-year-old child, all I could say is, oh my God, I can't have my toys anymore. I can't have my uniform. That was the only thing I could relate to, because at that young age, I really loved going to school, and my uniform was stripped away. And you know how little kids can be attached to their school bag and their toys, and that's the only thing I could cry. But then my aunt was crying about her business, about the things she had at home. This is the life of a climate migrant, that their stories are usually untold, and which is what I'm here today to talk about. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ghislaine. And if we could please pull up Lukman, our third and final speaker. So Lukman is joining us from the Global Center for Climate Mobility. He's a researcher and policy advisor with over 6 years of experience. So if you could kindly get Lukman on the screen, please. Hello, Lukman. I think you're muted. No, he's not muted. Okay, let's No, Lukman, we can't hear you. So while the production team sorts that out, we can get straight into the discussion. And I think the video has set the scene for this plenary and this panel discussion, which is on understanding the intersection of climate change and migration, challenges, opportunities, and strategies for action. So before we moved on, I know the video has given a bit of introduction to what it is.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Lukman. Can you hear us? Hello, Lukman.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you too.
I can hear you very well.
I can also hear you very well. So, okay. So, can we get into the discussion?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, darling, for the invitation, and happy to be here.
Okay, awesome. So, Lukman, if you could please paint the picture for us. What is climate migration, and who is termed a climate migrant before we move on?
Please go ahead. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Yes, I was asking, please paint the picture for us. What is climate migration, and who is termed a climate migrant?
I can hear you.
Then I think, Camilla, please address that question for us. What is climate migration, and who is termed a climate migrant?
Can you hear me?
You're very audible.
Great. So, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for the video. Hello? Okay. So the video was beautiful. Thank you very much. So maybe. Okay, let's start saying that climate change, I mean, we've been talking all day, right, about how climate change is impacting us, impacting our economies, impacting our daily life, and of course it's reshaping migration, both at the national and international level. So people move both for sudden and slow onset events caused by climate change. Sudden being flooding or droughts, and slow being desertification, sea level rise, coastal erosions. It's important to highlight that environmental migration, it's not a one reason or one, it's a multi-cause event, kind of migration, right? So we have political reasons, social reasons, demographic reasons, economy reasons that are all influenced by climate change. And it's also important to highlight that migration is not only a reaction to climate change, but it can be an adaptation strategy. So it can be used by migrants and people to cope with climate change and diminish their exposure to climate change itself. So allow me to read, because I don't know it by heart, the definition that IOM provides of an environmental migrant. So an environmental migrant is a person or groups of persons who, predominantly for reasons of sudden or progressive changes in the environment that adversely affect their lives or living conditions, are forced to leave their places or habitual residence or choose to do so, either temporarily or permanently, and who move within or outside their country of origin or habitual residence. So it's important to underline that there is no an international agreement on a term to be used to describe persons or groups of persons that move for environmental reasons. So this is really an IOM definition that shows us how environmental migration is multi-factors, and also how it creates different kinds of migrations. So it can be permanently, it can be just like a seasonal migration, it can be a circular migration inside and outside the country.
Thank you so much, Ghislaine. And I think for our younger audience there, let's just break it down a bit. So what Camilla just told us is, so when something is happening, let's say anything happens, God forbid, let's say there's a fire in that corner or there's a fire in that corner. The people there can't stay there and they have to move. So where do they move to? So the people moving because of that is what we term a climate migrant. So